The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
The Sanctuary of Delphi is probably the most extraordinary of all ancient Greek sites. Delphi amazes all who visit it. This place is the center of the world. The ancient Greeks called it the omphalos, which means the navel of the earth. Zeus, the father of the gods, wanted to find the center of the universe, so he sent two eagles flying from the opposite ends of the universe, and the place where they met was Delphi.
Welcome to Delphi, Indiana, where our storied past is fueling a stellar future.
Whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation, sometimes we must interfere. When human lives are in danger, when human dignity is in jeopardy, wherever men or women are persecuted, that place must, at that moment, become the center of the universe.
I'm going to go on the record right now and say that they are trying to kill Rick Allen.
Yeah.
They want him to die.
Yeah.
It's like always like in and out, in and out. They don't want us to see it.
Because he's my size. Chains and collars and leashes all over.
It's all about optics. They don't have all of those people around Rick Allen because they want to keep everybody else safe. They don't want us to see Rick Allen. They don't want us to look at Rick Allen. They don't want us to see his face and his eyes. Remember when he came in June and he was all doped up and he was dissociative and he was experiencing psychosis from being tortured and starved and sleep deprived and probably withheld his medication. All of these things that they were doing to him so that he would show up looking like a zombie and couldn't protest or assist in his defense. Guess what? The eyes of the world are on them. They're not allowed to do that to him anymore, and they have tried to break him. And Rick Allen, he's not going to break. Look he has done a year in solitary confinement. A year.
He's on the upside of things. Like if he's still alive, he's getting better every day.
His attorneys get thrown off the case, and he turns to his wife and he says, "It's okay. You didn't break him. You're not going to break him. He's not guilty. Whatever they're trying to do, you're hip to it. It is not going to happen."
What is corruption? It is dishonest or fraudulent behavior, usually perpetrated by those in a position of power or authority. It is a betrayal by those entrusted to protect and serve all, to show favoritism to none, and to safeguard and uphold our inalienable rights to liberty and life. Corruption destroys trust, erodes goodness, and hardens the innocent, who suffer as a result. By its most basic definition, corruption is a departure from what is pure, what is correct, and what is true.
In Fahrenheit 451, novelist Ray Bradbury wrote about what we leave behind when we leave this world. Everyone must leave something behind when he dies, my grandfather said. Something your hand touched some way so your soul has somewhere to go when you die. And when people look at that tree
or that flower you planted, you are there. It doesn't matter much what you do, he said. So as long as you change something from the way it was before you touched it into something that's like you after you take your hands away. The difference between the man who just cuts lawns and a real gardener is in the touching. The lawn cutter might just as well not have been there at all. The gardener will be there for a lifetime. Greg, he was that kind of gardener. His legacy will be what he touched and what he left behind, long after he took his hands away.
So when it comes to corruption, there can be no compromise. It must be exposed and rejected at every turn. We cannot tiptoe toward justice, knocking once or twice, hoping that someone is home. Justice is a door that, when closed, must be kicked in.
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense? Taken away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy? 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 Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today? Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is that?
What's the strategy today? Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Good morning, y'all. So Bob scared the fuck out of us already, huh? How's everybody doing? Welcome to Verdict Watch. Let's see who's here. Oh, Fiend, we got Weird Cat. I hope everybody liked. I hope that's okay, Fiend. I didn't even ask your permission, but I added your prayer to the beginning of this live because I think we all needed a little prayer this morning. Let's see. All of our people are here. Wannabe bodybuilder, Psalm 91, Mary Ann. The unit, thank God you're live. 2-1 odds of not guilty by 10. Ooh, I hope so. And following, just subscribe, be watching live. Thank you. Thank you. Happy Rick Allen Goes Home Day. It is a big day for everyone, especially him. Andrea gave an interview to the mainstream media. She hit all the points into the jurors are unpredictable from what she observed. She's predicting not guilty if they follow the law. Set him free. Kind of on time this morning. The intro definitely helps. It's like a nice buffer. Good morning, Judy. Good morning, Missy's. Hi, DB. Hi, Stefan. Hi, Lady. Hi, Cleveland. Hi, Nico. Hey, Christine. So what are our predictions? I'm going to put a poll up. But how's everybody feeling after last night? Did we sleep? Have we eaten? Did we do a walk and a stretch and a water? Let me scroll to the bottom of the chat because I'm way behind. Let's see. Hey, Professor Kate. Holman for Krebin. Oh my God, that's funny. That's really funny. Before noon. Thank you so much for being here. Went into Grace's chat to ask if he was worried about being Oh, Hidden True Crime did an awful live. Felt sick all day. I did not sleep much. I got a little jacked up during the intro and kicked in the doors of justice. Sorry, neighbor. That is A-okay. Did you do a water? I actually have to go grab a water, but I didn't want to just have a black screen, and I needed like 2 more minutes. So I'm going to grab a water in a minute, but I did want to say good morning to everybody. Christine did not sleep, but she did eat and did some yoga. Good. Cigarettes and coffee. That'll work. Hello from Liverpool. I slept and I did laundry. Good. All of the things are good. Self-care. Grab a water, and I'm going to grab a water. You just meant, yeah, Bob did an oopsie. There's no, there's no verdict yet. Court of public opinion is already, it's already giving me out because he knows that this is an impossible ask. Please explain. I will. I can't right now. I will. Alan smokes. I bet that's the second thing to ask for. Man, if I were him, I would be, yeah, that's probably one of this. I don't even smoke anymore. I haven't smoked in 9 years, and I would probably ask for a cigarette. Time zone curse. Awake and waiting hours. QB did a cry. Ron, get hydration. I think DB had a video he was going to show, but I'm going to hang out. Oh my God, Janie. If y'all are not familiar with Janie, Janie is the first, very, very first friend I ever made in the Delphi world. Saved my life a couple times. She is amazing. I'm so happy she's here. Everyone put a 1 in the chat for Janie. Okay, I'm going to BRB and DB's going to play a video.
Welcome to Delphi Radio. It is 9:51 a.m. EST. Today is the day. We're going to kick off with an interview from Andrea Burkart, courtesy of the Truth and Transparency channel.
Legal commentary on a variety of different cases. So I came here to Delphi to cover this case when it became clear that transparency is going to be an issue. Is so getting access to good, high quality information was going to require personal attendance in the court process. So that's been my objective here, is to just provide a full picture of what's happening in the courtroom, so that is something that the people can see and judge for themselves. And where are you based? I'm based in Washington State. Which part? Eastern and Southeastern Washington. Oh, my first job out of law school. So why this? You mentioned a little bit about transparency. That's a long way to go. Sure. Well, there's just a lot of reasons to be concerned about the process here. I have been following this case for quite a long period of time. There have been issues with transparency from day one in this case, and just concerns about accessibility to the information. The process that has unfolded has given me grave concerns about whether this is going to be a fair process and a real adjudication of the issues here. Mr. Allen has been precluded from raising a lot of potential exculpatory evidence that could assist him in the case. So it was just very important to see and evaluate the strength of the state's case, because on its face, from what I can see from my experience, it doesn't appear to be very strong. And as the trial has unfolded, that appears. You've been in the courtroom. I have. Okay. How many days? Every day except for the first Sunday. I'm here as a member of the public, but this is why.
You've been in the courtroom? Lady, do you know who you're talking to?
We have line sitters and we sleep out in the cold and do what we need to do to get the eyes on what's happening in there. So are you all together? Or no, we have just all got to know each other over the course of this experience. It's been a real trial by fire for all of us. So that's been one of the real upsides of this process. Is just the wonderful people that I've been. So having crowds like this for a high-profile case is not in and of itself that unusual. One that most immediately comes to mind is the Depp versus Heard case, very similar type of situation where people would wait, for hours, sleep outside overnight to be able to get access to the courtroom. But of course, the difference there was that the trial was televised, so it wasn't necessary to do that to get information about the case. As far as the actual issues in this case, I have never seen anything like this, both from the perspective of serious concerns about law enforcement's handling of this case, the potential deception that appears to have come out in court that raises very serious questions about the veracity of some of the folks that were in charge of this investigation and their interest in actually getting real answers for who committed these murders. The extreme lack of transparency in the case and the real hostility to the public interest that, frankly, it was initially cultivated by law enforcement in this case to be able to get tips and generate leads, and that has now dramatically shifted. And then obviously the treatment of Richard Allen as a pretrial detainee. He is a legally innocent man to be treated as one of the worst of the worst offenders, held in solitary confinement for 13 months. Something that you cannot even do. You can't treat prisoners of war like that. That is completely unprecedented. I can't find an example anywhere in the country of somebody being treated like that. So these are very significant issues, and that's part of what brought me here.
All said.
Thank you, DB. I love Andrea Burkart. She is the best. I'm glad that she's getting the word out. Oh, please let me find out that somebody who's trying to diss Andrea, especially hidden true crime asshole. Hi, Michael. Michael, how's it going? Good to see you. Our attorney friend, Michael. I didn't hear about the lost fingerprints, says Jason. There's a lot of things we didn't hear about in this case that would maybe after Rick is free, after he's home for Veterans Day, then we can talk about all of the other lost evidence. Here's my doggo. Look at his feet, look at his bed. The energy, the anxiety is palpable this morning, I think, but he's helping. Andrea is kind of hot. Andrea is extremely hot. She's hot. She's brilliant. She's a badass. And I am glad that she raised the issue of solitary confinement and the fact that Mr. Allen was in solitary confinement for 13 months, which is literally completely unprecedented in the United States of America. And even in other countries that are not anywhere near as developed or supposedly freedom centric. I had someone in the chat tell me I'm confused. Okay. Trying to prepare myself for being disappointed. What was it Liggett or Leesenby left on the top of his car? Whose car? Whose car, Michael?
I think the rumor is they left one of the a box of donuts.
Bah. Yeah. Hi, TV. Good morning.
What up?
How's it going?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing all right. I'm doing okay. I'm nervous.
Feeling a little nervy?
I'm feeling a little nervy this morning. Not nervy like I'm not anticipating a guilty verdict at all. But I'm also not sure how long it's going to take to get a verdict. And I don't like waiting. I don't like waiting at all in general. So a little anxious.
Yeah. I think Chief Wiggum would have done a better job on this investigation myself.
Who is Chief Wiggum?
The chief of police for Springfield in the American cartoon show The Simpsons.
Oh. You know, I was not allowed to watch The Simpsons as a kid. Of all the things my parents like put their foot down about, for some reason The Simpsons was one of them, but they had no problem shipping me off to another country with a random stranger. So I mean, I don't know, but definitely not as familiar with The Simpsons. Although, did you know that The Simpsons, so I think Ems is in here. The Simpsons is huge in Spanish-speaking countries, probably in Brazil as well. And the jokes are funnier, in my opinion, in Spanish. Did you know the jokes are entirely different?
They still allow them like to show Homer choking Bart? Or is that just like an American thing, just hitting your kids and stuff?
Probably. I mean, it's probably the same, but the jokes are kind of funnier, I think. Simpsons are big here. Yeah, they love the Simpsons in Latin America. Love. And I don't know. They're just all about it. Anyway, Michael said he's asking about evidence left on the roof of a car. So that was an ISP tech, not Carroll County. And there has been stories, one in particular, of evidence being left on the roof of a car. And the car drove away and the evidence kind of got all over the road. Just one example of many, I'm sure, of the ineptitude of the clowns investigating this. So 500 people here. Should we look at like some updates maybe, since we're here?
Yeah, let's do an update.
Let's do an update.
I'll be back here if you need anything.
Okay, awesome. Bye,
You want to
Dee.
get sideways in the chat?
Yeah.
Blast them motherfuckers.
Okay, we'll make an example of them first. All right, y'all. Day 19. We are in day 19 of the State versus Ricky M. Allen. We are officially in verdict watch. Hey, Marissa. Totally. Square up. All right. Well, I froze us. Here we go. Friday, day 19. In the trial of the Delphi murder suspect, Richard Allen, at the Carroll County Courthouse in Delphi. 9 a.m. After 5 hours of closing arguments and roughly 2 hours of jury deliberation on Thursday, the jury is scheduled to resume deliberations at 9. There will be 15 jurors in the room, the 12 who will decide whether Rick Allen is guilty in the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, along with 3 alternates. Deliberations could take hours or days. The 12-member jury, 3 alternates excluded, must reach a unanimous verdict. If they have reasonable doubt that Allen committed the murders, they are instructed to find him not guilty. If they believe he committed the murders, they are instructed to find him guilty. They're instructed they may find him guilty in Indiana, not must. If the jury is unable to reach a unanimous verdict, the trial could end in a mistrial hung jury. Bus with jurors arrives. You think they're tired of the bus? I would be if I were them. Really interesting to compare the Tweedle's coverage of closing and the facts they leave out or distort with the facts and Bob's and Andrea's coverage. Dr. John was brutal. I think Dr. John is from Hidden True Crime, if I'm not mistaken. Watching Fox and they had a verdict. I don't think there's a verdict yet. Yes, hey, Jersey Girl 51, we did play that clip. If you rewind about 5 minutes, you should see that clip here. It's not the news version, like it's Lana from Truth and Transparency reported it over off to the side. So it's a little hard to hear, but DB cleaned up the audio, so you should be able to make out what she's saying. It's a really good interview. She hit all the points that are important, I think, to us and to everyone about the lack of transparency in this case, the lack of due process in this case, and all of the things that have unfolded. It is so bizarre. All of us kind of sitting here in our homes, watching from afar, not really watching though, because there's no transparency. Hey, Jen. Happy to see you. Okay. So Barbara just shared an update from Court TV. I don't love Court TV. Who's Julie Grant? Do we want to watch this? Probably not. I don't think I like Julie Grant. 36 degrees earlier this morning, and the Carroll County Emergency Services stopped by to bring the public and the media hot packets, hot packs. Jury deliberations. Here's the courthouse. Everybody lined up. They made their own system. Good morning. Thank you so much, Steve. So appreciate you and Angel watching. My first live. Hi, Heidi. Welcome. Welcome to R&M Productions. We're so happy to have you. Thank you for caring about this case. Julie blocks us all. Oh, okay. Well, WTHR is okay. They do usually cover both sides. WTHR is, they did a really good recap yesterday of closing arguments. I will give them credit for that. I thought it was great. Hot Pockets. Did I say Hot Pockets? My Twitter updated, and now I can see the accounts that blocked me. Excellent. Lack of transparency bothers me a lot less than all the substantive illegality. I totally get that, Michael. I totally agree. But without transparency, we wouldn't know about any of that. So I think they kind of go hand in hand, but I totally hear you. If we could trust the court systems and the justice system to operate legally with fidelity, we wouldn't need to worry about transparency so much. But here we are. We've got the criminals running the prison. The criminals meaning the warden and guards and law enforcement. I shared your stream again. Thank you, Steve. All right. Michael says the state's case is so bad it may be that the jury will defeat law enforcement, Nick McClellan, and Gull. I hope so. They really need to. Free Rick. Hey, Peggy, welcome. Good morning. Bummer that Wish TV's closing thread. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm going to be right back. Okay, we're back. Transparency is what's supposed to protect us from civil rights violations. The idea is that law enforcement, and the government can't make us disappear in the middle of the night. 100%. This is such a good point. Indiana Girl says, if that camera were to turn to the left and if you look to the next block on the corner, you'd see the Farm Bureau building. Ah. So it's right downtown. Hey, Hoosier, good to see you. I might crap myself. I'm so nervous. Thank you, Camper's dad. I hope Campers is doing okay. 5-minute segment with them just posted. Hey, Kira, good morning. Imagine all the closer cases where the misbehavior by law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges would make more of a difference. I'm still so pressed that Mullen is now the lead investigator for the prosecutor's office. Yeah, Lindsay, good point. And I think that I suspect he was made lead investigator for the prosecutor's office for this case in particular. I wonder how much work he'll actually have today, to do after this case is over. Drinking morning tea and very nervous. Bob is outside the courthouse live in 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Jer. This is the good Jer, not the bad Jer, our friend. Jer, I appreciate you. I'm glad you're here. Becca could not sleep. Good morning. Look, Hoosier, look who's here. We have Janie is in the chat this morning. Or she is in and out of the chat this morning. Generous Jer back again. Today is the day. Let's see what Bob has to say. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So while the jury is deliberating, I imagine everybody waits outside. No reason really to be inside the courthouse, right? While they're deliberating. Karen Jones, welcome, Karen. I'm so happy to see you. I miss you. Thank you so much for your generosity and for caring about Abby and Libby and Rick in this case. Hey, Four Pits. Four Pits, are you in Delphi? How do I get that? Oh, okay. Hey, Kristen. Justice for Abby and Libby, justice for Rick Allen, and justice for Robert Fortson. Amen. I wonder who, okay, so we've got England in the house. Who else? We've got Brazil in the house. Catching up on chipmunk speed. You sound so cute on 2.0. You're going to give yourself permanent brain damage if you listened to me on 2 times speed for too long. Certain channels and Twitter accounts have been awfully quiet for the first time in 2 years. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to soak it up. I'm going to delight in the silence of certain people. Truth is in transparency. Bring the light today. Justice for Abby and Libby and Rick. Ireland. Welcome, Ireland. South Africa. So we've got South Africa, Scotland, Detroit, Canada, Ireland, Sydney, Australia. Brazil, London, another South Africa. Very cool. Mad World, don't hate on me, but I don't know what flag that is. Help. Is it Scotland? It's Scotland. Okay. I think. My flag knowledge is not what it should be, nor is my geography. Netherlands, welcome. Detroit again, welcome. Texas, we are our own country sometimes. My wife, Yellow Jacket, Courtney, my friend, is from Texas. It is its own country sometimes. The Netherlands, Brazil, another Brazil, welcome. Dirty South, 60 miles from Delphi. Northeast England, Romania, Bulgaria, Rome, Georgia, Bonnie Lake, Washington, Just Debs in Indiana. Hello, good morning, Sweden, Indiana, Newfoundland, 20 minutes outside of Delphi, Netherlands, Portugal. I think that's the first Portugal I've seen. Indiana, Niagara Falls. I love Niagara Falls. It's beautiful and cold. It's beautiful and cold in Niagara Falls. My Italian great-grandmother lived in Endicott and then Buffalo. Freezing up there. Denmark, Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, Northern California, hi from Wales, Wisconsin, Virginia, Belgium, Bloomington, Indiana. We have a couple folks that I know, friends of the channel from Bloomington, Wisconsin, Southern Indiana. The world is here. Yes, the world is here. And clearly, the world is watching this case unfold. Here's our verdict watch. So they have been deliberating for 2 hours and 20 minutes-ish. Los Angeles, California, Indy, Northern Alabama, Utah, Todd, Loranes, Florida. I've never heard of that. Welcome. Nashville, Bunny. I lived in Nashville for 1 year. When I was 20, I was 22 and I turned 23 in Nashville. That's a wild place. I bet there's going to be mad dash to the door when the jury's done. Andrea the boxer. They've developed some kind of line sitting system outside with chairs and paper and names, and I don't know. Apparently they're all being relatively calm. So I hope we don't have any kind of incident. I don't think we will. Green Bay, Wisconsin, Southeast Wisconsin. The world is watching, Karen. Yes, they are. The mudlands of the UK. Jessica says it's past 4 p.m. here. I've been waiting all day for the jury to even start. Hopefully they will not keep us waiting too long. I know what I was going to do. I'm going to turn on my notifications for Twitter because we don't want to miss. Oh, I love this though. Okay, Donnie, our friend Donnie. If you don't follow Donnie, go follow Donnie on Twitter. Where is he? How come I can't find him? Here he is. He is posting pictures of the signs that people have brought today, and they are fabulous. Let's take a look at them. We couldn't be there physically, obviously, today, but we are all there in spirit. And I'm sorry, y'all, if I miss anything in the chat, I will try to get to Boone is zonked. He is. He really is. He is zonked. He's the best. Donnie. It's 10:20 in Indiana. It's 10:20 in New York. It's 10:20. Let's see. In Delphi, Indiana. Here is a look at the signs outside the courthouse. The world is watching. Shame on you, Indiana. This is bullshit. No cameras, no wonder. I shall be released. These are awesome. These are awesome. Continued, we love you, Rick Allen. Beautiful. Justice for Abby and Libby. Stop the railroading of Rick. Kathy loves Rick. Stop the injustice. That's really cool. So this is the system they got. We've got all the media there. Everybody lined up outside. There's our Andrea, sending Andrea love. I think that's Rick Snay, isn't it? Hey, Rick Snay, good to see you. Or the back of you. And this is the system they've got. This is Goal's idea of keeping the integrity of the proceedings, huh? Looks like some kind of, I don't know. Looks like, I'm not going to say. Curious about that. Wonder whether jury notes will be handled publicly by white noise or in chambers. Curious about that myself. The only question I would expect is what to do if we can't agree. Yeah. Go home. Tailgating system. Yeah, it does look like a tailgate. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, TV. I read somewhere that Goal is retiring after this trial. Has anyone heard if that is true? Wish she would have done so before, but hey, DB, do you hate us? I think people were talking about the trash humans camping on the ramp, and Donnie assumed they meant garbage. Got it. Trashing the ramp. That's funny. She did turn it into a circus. There is a lot of reasons she did not want this public. Imagine if all of the video and the exhibits and everything were made public. Somebody as anxious as Rick couldn't possibly do this and sit by without a worry or care for 5 years. I tend to agree with that. Let's see. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Delphi is about to be national. You people are shameful. Justice for Abby and Libby. Us people are shameful? I've been called a lot of things. I'll be just fine. Law enforcement destroyed this case. Yes, they did. They absolutely did. They destroyed it from day one. The Google banners are funny as fuck. I like this. God, grant me the serenity, accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Is it me or is the verdict, hey DB, is the verdict watch clock supposed to be doing something? Oh wait, it is doing something. It's just not, we don't have the second hand, but that's okay. Hey Kokomo, welcome. I'll take shameful. What is shameful is that people are okay putting an innocent man in prison while the real killers are walking free. My aunt waited in line for the OJ trial. That's kind of fun. That's fun. The horror that Rick has experienced was done in Abby and Libby's names. Shame on the state. DB's throwing me in Kevin. I found you through X. I've really enjoyed your posts. Thank you, Lily B. I'm glad that you found us, and I'm glad you're here. Whew. Brad Rosie jump scare. Love that. The jail bars, yeah. Who in their right mind tells the FBI to go walk about? Doug Carter, apparently, the superintendent of the state police, who says that he knows better than the FBI. I don't know. Ange does great tweets. Nazi patches and tattoos. We need to add the seconds to the watch. Yeah, I don't know how. Was Rosie born in Indiana? I don't know if he was born in Indiana, but I know he's lived there and worked there for a very long time. I greatly appreciate the Rosie jump scare over the Holman or Liggett jump scares. Me too. Doug Carter has always tweaked my hinky meter. You don't get justice by putting an innocent man in prison. You really don't. It's not ideal. Andrea was told that her Rosie style watch has led to great laughs in the Rosie household because outside of court he's a casual dresser. Bob is live outside. Let's see what Bob has to say.
Obviously, a question about the statute under which the defendant has been charged. You're clearly of the mindset, oh man, they're looking at some kind of guilty verdict and they're just trying to figure out which way to go with it. If it's a general question about evidence, you can look at it and say, okay, well, I mean, they're clearly deliberating and they're talking about a piece of evidence that is, I guess most people would consider to be pretty critical in terms of innocence or guilt. Oh, it's a little guy on a John Deere mower, only in driving down the street, only in Carroll County. Only in Carroll County. You can get that. So yeah, I'm kind of the mindset right now that they're digging in, that they're going to get ready to have a full day of digging in and just see what they can figure out collectively between the 12 of them. I mean, to me, and I was talking to somebody this morning when I was having breakfast, I said, I don't, when you've got a jury like this and, the reality of the situation is that you have two beautiful young girls that were killed. I mean, if there's even a thought of acquitting, that is a big deal for a jury to cross that bridge, knowing that they have the families in there, knowing that everybody wants justice for those girls. It's tough. I never think in a case like this that they're ever going to come back with a quick acquittal, because to me that means that they didn't deliberate properly, and I think it's an insult to the families. And that's just my opinion on it. I think it's a very difficult thing for a jury to know that the families of the girls are in there if they're going to come in and say not guilty, because they know that the families are going to be absolutely crushed. So they have to be very deliberate in their deliberations. They have to go through it all. They have to maybe go through it all twice so that they feel extremely confident, that the state was not able to meet their burden. You just can't rush into something like that when there's so much at stake. So that's just my opinion on it. You can take it for what it's worth. And that's not saying one way or another which way I think the jury's going, because I have no clue. I'll be the first to tell you I've got zero clue as to which way the jury's going to go. And you can't know. Like anybody who's going, is not going to know, or anybody who's going live and saying, oh, nobody will know. All the lawyers, I'm sure, are telling you can't possibly know. All right, so we've got Lauren from Hidden True Crime here, and my favorite. Lauren, say hi.
What's up? Hello, Defense Diaries.
So, how you holding up?
Oh my gosh. Well, if we can get through the line adventures, we can get through anything, right? How are you doing? Well, you have a hat. You've been lucky. Well, and you helped me out one day too. So I was very grateful.
I felt so bad
for that.
Friends that were
Falling asleep in court.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, one day Lauren, like she literally she had to dip because they'd been out all night sleeping on the concrete, and she like had to go back and rest. So I felt so bad, and I knew at that point I was able to kind of give you a hand. So I was happy to be able to give you a little sleep, a little rest. So where are you at on this thing?
Okay, so I'm gonna.
John are kind of.
Yeah, and we've talked to we like Bob, we like Defense Diaries, so this is where we are, and then I want to compliment you too. So, I've sat in there. I'm just one person in there, right? Just one person in there taking in all the evidence, and of course, I haven't seen all of the evidence the jury's seen. Right? There's been some things that have been private, but I've heard most, and I am leaning towards Richard Allen being guilty. Honestly, and I finally kind of shared that yesterday on our podcast, but I told everyone, look, I am just one person in there. And I can tell you right now, not every person agrees with me. So I'm just, I'm just one person in there, and a person next to me might say the difference. In fact, I went over and I just gave someone a big hug who has been in the courtroom, and they think Richard Allen is innocent. So there's room for a lot of opinion. That's my take at the end of the day. To me, evidence looks that way, but I want to say this, Bob, and I've told you this, but I am.
It's giving me a headache. I'm sorry, y'all. I linked it if you want to watch it. Between like the sun, him pointing his camera directly into the sun, and whatever she was saying was kind of giving me a headache. But if y'all want to watch it, you can. There's no update yet. So we love Bob Mata. And I'll reserve my opinions on Hidden True Crime for this morning. As far as Bob goes, follow Defense Diaries. He's giving updates from inside. There's no update yet. Here's Max Lewis, who has been doing a really good job reporting on the case, on the trial. I don't know who he's with. Who is Max with? Max is with Fox 59. Justice, Allen. Roll Patrol. Yeah, I saw. I think it was DB or not DB. DB sent me a clip earlier. I think it was or a picture. I think it was Noe with the Troll Patrol sign. Amazing. Who'd have thunk that Noe has quickly become like one of my favorite Delphi characters.
Anthony Rene Greeno.
Oops. Oh man. Okay. Well.
Are you fucking insane, dude?
I was going to ask for the clip. Thank you, DB. So scary that there's people who will convict based on their feelings. Sun is shining bright as fuck through my window into my eyes at the moment, and I am loving it. Good. We want sunlight. Just not. Not on Bob's stream.
Anthony Rene Greeno.
There you have it.
Okay, bitch.
So back to Max Lewis. I'm going to link him because his updates have been good. And I know I should know better. Every time I give anyone in the media credit for being responsible and accurate in their reporting, they pull some crazy bullshit like immediately that same day. So I'm trying not to do that so much. Okay, bitch. Yeah, Noe's I think Noe's good peeps. He's been funny lately. Were there jury questions? Hey, Chloe's mom, I love your dog. Look at you have a black dog with a white face like I do. Mine is zooted. Look at him. Just absolutely. That's called a puddle. That's a puddle puppy. He is a puddle this morning. Haven't heard anything about jury questions yet. I think Bob was just kind of explaining what jury questions look like. My dad is calling. Isn't that sweet? I'm gonna text him. I'm not gonna ignore him completely, but I am gonna text him. Boone's excitement is off the charts. You know, I think that dogs are the best. I think a lot of you know this. I'm a therapist. I work from home, and he's my coworker, and he just kind of chills. He chills everybody out, unless he's anxious, and then he makes everybody around him anxious too. And did you move or just move rooms? I've moved recently, which is why it's so echoey in here. Did not move far, just moved. Hey, Dad. We won't know if there are jury questions. I'm wondering how they're going to report. I think people will probably get updates from, they'll go in, and I don't know if there are people. I'm going to call Dad really quick, but I'm going to just mute because he just said, give me a call really quick. So I'm going to call him really quick. He doesn't know. Okay, we're back. All is well. The value of lawyers, and not just lawyers, see what a shit case the state presented. Yeah. I think also that our one's perspective on guilt or innocence and how to interpret the evidence has a lot to do with who you're sitting next to and who is in your ear, honestly. Just James can't decide what pants to wear. I had on my comfy pants earlier, and then I decided it's a big day, so I put on, as Courtney Yellow Jacket calls them, hard pants. So I've got my jeans on, my hard pants on today, because it's a good day to be alert and awake. Bob said they had a question about the statue. Okay, then I totally missed that because I turned him off. Let's see. I'll restart his live. I think it'd probably be better to watch from the beginning. Mandy says, jeans are hard pants. Totally agree. I kind of thought maybe this morning, as long as everyone behaves, there's about 565 people in here. I thought I kind of want to just like send out the link. I didn't run this by my handler, but I kind of just want to hear from people, especially locals, but not only locals. I mean, we've got people from all over the world and here watching. I would love to just kind of hear what people think, what they're feeling on the last day. Well, not the last day. We don't know how long they're going to deliberate, but jury has a question about statute, says Michael. Let's see, Michael. I'm going to pull up Bob's live and start it over. I believe they did that. I'm hearing or I'm seeing in the chat. Don't show Lauren. I'm just going to start it over, and we'll stop once we get to the bottom of whatever the jury.
Kind of like a row of people down there that have signs. Obviously, there's a ton of media. Everybody's kind of waiting with bated breath for this verdict to come down. There was a lot of questions about whether or not they had left last night with a verdict in mind and just decided to get some sleep before they came in and rendered a verdict. And it appears we're about at 10 11:22 Eastern Standard Time here, and we have not gotten any word that there is a verdict. So I'm assuming that that wasn't what happened, which kind of leaves me with either they were heated potentially and they decided to take a breath, come back, start fresh today, full day, which is certainly possible, or they may have just been emotionally and psychologically beat, tired, wanted to say, you know what, we did this for a couple of hours. I think the better move, instead of us trying to struggle bus until, you know, what would be a short day until 4, why don't we just call it now, come back, and we just start from scratch, ground zero, and go full day today, if that's where they're at. You know, and in a case like this, you know, I mean, as lawyers, you're sitting there on pins.
The stream keeps freezing, but I don't believe there were any jury questions yet. I think he's just kind of explaining what in the blue hell is Lord? I don't know what Jackie Johnson said. What did Jackie Johnson say? By the way, Jackie Johnson has been, I said, I love your passion, Jackie. We don't always agree, but we do agree that Rick's innocent and that this case has been a sham. The investigation was a sham. And Jackie says, no honest person believes Rick's guilty of any involvement in the murders, not a single one. No honest person. I think that Bob was doing a hypothetical. So let's do another poll. I'm going to do another poll, and I'm also going to send out a link, and I am going to just hope. We've got a lot of mods, so I think it'll be fine. I'm trusting everybody not to, don't whip your dick out, don't do any racisms or any hate crimes, but I would love to just hear from anybody who wants to chat. You don't have to turn your camera on, although we'd prefer to see your face, but you don't have to. If anybody wants to talk about how it's been for you, what it's like today, what you're thinking, what you're feeling, updates. Just James says it's an hour and 33 minutes door to door for me to get to the courthouse. Awesome. Too nervous. Hey, here's something fun we can do. Peggy, are you a model already? If not, you need to be. I'll make you one. Unit says, wait, so no dicks out? Not that there's anything wrong with dicks or dick pics, but only when they're consent. You know, we want consensual. And I don't think that we've consented to anything yet. We're not going to consent to any today. But hi, Bean. Good morning.
Morning.
Did you see the intro?
I did see the intro.
You did or did not?
I did.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
Cool. I've had that on my mind. And I think that it was good. It's been kind of percolating. I get fixated on like song lyrics and quotes and verses and mantras sometimes. And that one's been kind of in the back of my head all day. So I appreciate you sharing that with us. Even our non-Christians in the chat and watching, I mean, religious people derive a lot of hope and a lot of strength from religion, but there's all kinds in this chat here. We've got Wiccans, we've got Christians, we've got Jews, we've got fiends, we've got agnostics, we've got atheists. I love all of it. And I love how
I kind of take a perspective of the Bible as having a lot of like value, even if you're not specifically religious, just as a historical and document and as part of literature. And I mean,
yeah,
there's a lot to get from it, a lot of metaphor. You don't have to like believe in anything supernatural to get value out of it.
Yeah. And just, I think that Anthony and I are simpatico here. He's a cashew. I've never heard that before. I'm a cashew too then. Have you ever heard that? A Catholic parent and a Jewish parent.
I have not heard that, but it makes
I
sense.
kind of love that. I never knew. Now I can refer to myself as a cashew. Absolutely love that. I would like to hear from someone who believes that he's guilty but can be respectful about it. Lesbian here. Hi, me passenger 33. Welcome, lesbian. We love lesbians here. We love all sexual orientations and identities here. Later, once it gets darker outside, I will engage the bisexual lighting, which is my personal favorite. Hammy's not in the chat, but honestly, this is just safe space today. I want everybody to feel welcome. Simply Bell says that they're religious, recovering Catholic. Love that. Jer, good Jer. The good Jer is a lesbian in a man's body. Kokomo is a grumpy old fucker. Church of England. Fiend, you are the best. So, Fiend.
Yes.
Sorry. What was I about to do? Oh, I was going to do a poll, is what I was going to do.
Oh, I thought you were going to add the seconds to the watch.
Oh, I don't know how to do that. That's DB is our verdict watch guy, but I don't know that you can add the seconds on that thing. I'll try to find a different one later. Donna says, I think the only thing Rick is guilty of is telling that he was at the bridge that day. I thought we were talking about religion. We're talking about all kinds of things. I'm all over the place today.
I mean, to speak to that one person's question, I don't think that they're necessarily just in any crime that there has to be evidence that the person that did it.
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta think, how improbable is that? And like in this case, it seems like remarkably unlikely that there would be no evidence that points towards Richard Allen. And that's like, the lack of evidence is also evidence.
True.
And you got to use your brain. I mean, the jury receives that type of instruction. So when you expect the state to show you something and they can't show you anything, you got to think about that.
Let's pull up Bob. Lee and Andrea are on Bob. Let's stream them.
Order to get you guys in there because they realized how important it was for all of us to be able to get in there. I was lucky. You know, it's like I had been covering it because the way you were feeling, Lee, is how I felt from the beginning, which is like, and I was kind of the only lawyer from the defense side that was really, or any side really. Like I didn't see like the prosecutor's podcast wasn't really, they were following it mildly, but I was dug in. I was concerned because I didn't know why they had sealed the PCA initially after it finally came out. I'm like, why did they seal this? You know, and I had been hearing chirping from everybody that like, you got to watch out for Carroll County. Like they're trying to try this thing in the dark, you know, because the people that had followed this case, because I had always followed it in terms of, you know, the crimes themselves, but in terms of like getting into the fray with the kind of the speculation for 5 years, that's not my game. You know, like as soon as there was an arrest made, that's like, I'm like, all right, now I'm in. So, you know, and I agreed, and it was tough. Like I took a lot. I probably lost a ton of viewers because like people were misconstruing me fighting for due process and a fair trial for every defendant in this country as me being a Richard Allen apologist, which I wasn't. What I am is I'm an apologist I'm a shill for due process and our constitutional rights. So, you know, but some people don't want to hear that. That's just the reality of the world that we live in. You know, they'll take it for whatever it is. So where are you at now? You're like, I find you to be far more middle of the fence than Andrea and I, you know, which I think that people really appreciate. You know, it's like, I think that, you know, kind of taking that middle of the road, wait and see. Like I still haven't given my opinion. I think people have been able to intuit it, but I haven't like said it outright because I really wanted to hear closings first, and kind of then I really was going to wait until we do our thing together because I'm so looking forward to it because I think you guys are both brilliant. We all have different observations, and I think that it'll be really interesting. you know, because like, and I want to talk about the closings. Like there were things that I was critical of from both sides. You know, I think that there was an interesting concept in terms of there was talk that there was going to be a split between Brad and Andy in terms of that closing, because if you follow the case closely, Andy was very much the timeline third-party culprit guy. Brad was very much the confession and gun guy. Like they had split it down the middle, and I think that you saw that's where Brad leaned.
In a fucking sentence
closing
or question
detriment a little bit of
ends with
timeline.
A book.
Bob is like when I was like a brand new therapist, I was really nervous at first and so I wanted to make like patients feel comfortable, but I would just like ramble and like ask a question, mute yourself, and let them answer, Bob. Like for fuck's sake.
And what they could get in, they were barred for third-party culprit. I mean, they kind of got the Brad Weber stuff in. They were able to give a little bit of an inkling of it, but not to the extent that we all know that it existed.
You could do it lawyerly. You can make it through this question.
She's like,
it's just like, holy
in their mouth.
And
there ought to be information so people can make a decision for themselves. Verdict, but not until.
Yeah, no.
Fuck, I fucked it up. Here.
But you know, you didn't hear that here. So where are you at?
So I have not said, and I've said I'm not going to say until there's a verdict. When I came, I told folks, I don't have an opinion. I don't know whether he's guilty or not. I just think there ought to be people there. It ought to be public, and there ought to be information so people can make a decision for themselves. Do they believe he's guilty? Do they not believe he's guilty? Has the state brought the evidence? So I've been waiting for that, and I will say after the verdict, but not until.
Yeah, no, and I think that that's fair. I'm kind of the same mindset, and it's different. It's a different question in terms of what we think.
I
personally,
love waiting until I have the answers to give my answer. Real Melissa Oberg fucking opinion there.
I think Lana, I was told Lana is live as well. Let's see what Lana's got to say.
We don't have a verdict yet. No verdict yet. No verdict yet. Come on in. Come on in. No verdict yet.
Is that dumb murder?
There's Jeremy Pierce in his big old hat.
They're talking about the line over there, the list. You guys are going to be. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, you're good.
Rafael Sanchez has become like Gull's little like runner or something.
Give it up for Lauren in the house, hidden true crimes right there. You're very welcome, baby girl.
Conscious.
We're going to be covering the Florida case out there. Jared Bridegan and
he is very thin. He looks very Indian to me, which was confirmed later with his accent and learning.
God, it's chaos. It's chaos. So there's no updates really. I mean, I can go back. I do want to hear if
5, and then they only had like 2.5 hours and some change to kind of start deliberating. I think at like 3:20 they might have been like, you know what? Why don't we come and just like start fresh tomorrow? Let's really start in earnest tomorrow, as opposed to like getting into the weeds now.
He puts his little fucking camera in your face,
and then he just
talks at you.
It's crazy.
You're just trying to relax. Maybe have a conversation with Andrea, your friend. You know, maybe just take in what's going on. Someone comes up to you.
Not on my watch. We like Bob. We love Bob. We actually do. Bob is a friend of. I mean, I'm not going to speak for y'all. Bob is a good friend of mine. I love Bob. He's hilarious. He's chaotic as fuck, and I'm allowed to say that because I am chaotic too. But Vladimir says, "Is Bob still asking the first question?" I dozed off. Yesterday, well, actually, let me see if we get
having 2 hours deliberations.
Andrea!
We want that, don't we? Want that? We really want thoughtful deliberations, right?
Well, of course. I mean, you want the jury to be confident and make a decision that they're all going to be able to go home and live with that. The real wild card in this whole situation, from my perspective, is this situation in Indiana where they can kind of pre-deliberate.
It's so crazy.
Well, it's something I'd never heard of before, but actually, like the more I thought about it, some parts of it really have grown on me. And one of those is just their ability to get their thoughts out about the evidence as it's happening, instead of having to wait now 21 days after they've heard some of this stuff and be trying to think back and remember and make sense out of it, in retrospect, because there's just so much of a volume of information. It's very hard to keep track of it. So I do wonder to what extent that does help them move the deliberations forward a little bit, so that now that they're like formally getting started, they may have already made a lot of progress in terms of knowing where each other stands.
Yeah, I could not agree more, because we don't do that in our jurisdiction either. And like Allison was like, what they're talking about, and I was kind of reading through the jury instructions yesterday. It kind of clarified what it was. It sounds like that during breaks, if they're in a recess, that they're allowed to discuss the evidence, and it's limited to that. Like they can't go back to the hotel room and sit down. I don't know if they have kind of like a common room where they all go watch like Cocoon or whatever movies that they have deemed like appropriate for them to watch, because we know that she's got them on lock. But yeah, I agree. I think it's given them the opportunity to kind of like piece by piece, witness by witness, talk to each other about it, which I think will resonate with them longer, especially in terms of when you get into deliberation. I agree. I'm kind of a fan of it. I'm also a huge fan of the jury questions.
Right.
Yeah, this was a process, because I haven't seen it before. I think it's kind of normal for people to react. Your instant reaction is like, oh, well, that's weird. But the more I have given it thought, the more it really has grown on me. I looked a little bit into some of the history of these jury rules in Indiana. They did go through a pretty significant reform period back towards kind of the turn of the century. And it really was focused to make it kind of more user friendly, more intuitive for the lay people that are serving in these types of positions, and less just abstract and alienating and confusing as a process. And so this is one that, the more I think about it, the more it really has grown on me, because with a trial of this length, that really is one of the challenges, is just losing track of the impressions that you had early on, and just the volume of evidence that's come in. So I could very much see that being helpful from the perspective of somebody who's in there being tasked with making this decision.
Yeah, no question. And you practice down, so you're in Georgia, right? So what are your thoughts on it?
I had never heard of that before, and I don't like it. I think it's really inappropriate. I think it solidifies some of the bias against the defendant that is created by going in second. So what happens is the jury comes in, and they are now going to talk about the fact that this witness said such and such. All they can talk about is one side, because that's all they've heard. And so they'll all say, wow, that was really bad. Did you see those scene photos? Wow, she was really sure those ballistics showed such and such. They won't have heard the expert from the defense. They won't have heard the defendant's side. They'll have heard cross, but it won't be the same. And I worry that what it does is sort of solidify positions, because once somebody takes a position, especially with people they don't know, it's hard to back off that. So once they say, those confessions, those were very serious. I can't believe he said those things. Obviously he's guilty. Then it's really hard to listen to Dr. Martin when he comes in, or somebody else who comes in and says, here's why you shouldn't listen to those confessions. So I was concerned about how that would affect it. I'd be really interested to hear what Indiana lawyers think about whether it has that effect. I mean, that was just something that occurred to me, and I don't know, maybe that's just an imaginary problem. It does seem to me like it could be a serious one, though.
I think that's an incredibly astute observation, frankly, because I guess the question becomes, can they cure it? You know what I mean? But like you said, once people kind of land on something, it's just it's that concept of, people are always telling me, well, that innocent, until just some shit that like jurors have to. I'm like, no, it's a mindset that you have to have as a country. Because otherwise we're of the mindset that you're guilty and you have to go in there and prove yourself innocent, because like typically it's just the state that gets their narrative out there. And that's one of the differences with this case in Karen Reed, where we had both the defense and state narratives out to the public en masse prior to trial, and you saw what that did to the kind of the world that was following those two cases. It was very divided. So yeah, no, I think that's an amazing insight. So this is why I'm so excited to have the three-way conversation.
I've already done my thumbnail for it. I'm ready to go. I took clips of both of you from last night. I heard you talking about what you thought about the reason the jury left early, and I had said the same thing. I thought, oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah. What did you have any kind of concept on why you thought
My reaction was that I thought that it was an indication of just likely not a lot of further work that would need to be done. And the main reason why is just because this jury has been already secluded for so long. They've been separated from their families. It's very normal for them to want to go home. And so my thinking was if they go back and they kind of get their initial evaluation of where everybody stands and they think it's going to take a lot of work, then I would think that they would want to get started on that and start pushing through, right away, because the sooner they get to work, the sooner they can get done, hopefully, and be able to get back to their families and their normal lives. I think it's very normal for jurors to want to finish a case before the weekend. They like to get their weekend back, have that time with their families and reconnect before they have to, go back to their normal lives. So I am still optimistic for a verdict today. But it just goes to show you can drive yourself crazy trying to read the tea leaves and anticipate what a jury is really doing, because you just never know.
You never know. So, of course.
Who do you guys think they picked for the foreman when they were in there?
Oh, I like that question.
Who do you guys think they went with?
I really don't know. There's a couple of prospects that I am suspicious of. One of them is an older woman. One of them is a younger man who's been one of the more prolific note takers. I'd say those are probably my top two guesses for who it's likely to be.
So who you got any guesses?
I'm wondering if it might be the guy on the back row seated nearest the gallery.
After the trial.
He's a note taker.
Yeah, he's a big note taker.
Closest to the gallery.
Yeah, back row.
So I'm with Andrea. I think we're thinking of the same two people. I'm talking about front row, two in from the gallery, right, and then back row, kind of middle. Like I don't want to give a description. The younger man in the back row. Those were my two guesses too. Yeah, with the beard. Yeah, so,
Kim Riley.
I mean, but again, we don't know. But he has been prolific, and he's asked, like, in terms of the technical, science-based witnesses, he's asked the most questions. At least from my estimation, it seems like he's been kind of the one writing the stuff down. I did not realize. I told Andrea yesterday, like, I didn't know that the alternates were asking questions. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that either. I have never had a good view of the alternates in the courtroom from anywhere I've been seated. So I haven't really been able to see the extent to which they're participating or reacting or anything like that. So that was interesting and news to me as well.
Yeah, and I had a quick bite with the defense yesterday after lunch, and I asked them. They love her. The all in the middle a lot, because they were like, she is taking copious notes, that she's created graphs for every single witness. I'm like, they're like, they really love her because she's and can't see that from our vantage point. So I thought that, and they're in the same place that every lawyer is in a trial.
I just wanted to share. So our friend Julie Melvin, many people here know Julie. We love Julie. She is there, boots on the ground, and she just sent a video from outside the courthouse that is very sweet.
Good morning. You guys look good?
Is it sweet?
I think so.
It says Dirty Delphi on the ends of them.
I don't know what that means. I thought that just meant...
I think they're calling out all the YouTubers.
I don't think so, because no, look, I think they're saying Delphi is dirty, and then they're just putting all of our names.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, no, because a couple of them are there. Like Noe is there, Rick is there. So we've got Andrea. Oh wait, I meant to read them. I know y'all can read too, but the Prof, Delphi After Dark, Stop the Injustice, Kathy Loves Rick. Crime Night, Defense Diaries, Justice for Abby and Libby, Criminality, Eye of Apophis, Libby and Abby, R&M, Lawyer Lee, All Eyes on Delphi, Andrea Burkart, Misbehave, Truth and Transparency, True Grit Crime, Criminal Network, True Crime Design, Frank Meister, JLR, hashtag Dirty Delphi, Justice, Shame on You, Indiana.
On and here's mine.
Still holding out hope for
Right
Abby
here.
and Libby. I thought it was cute.
Where's mine?
DB,
Yeah, where's mine?
No, where's mine?
you're R&M. There you are. Delphi. Oh, Psalm 91. My mom used to say, pray that psalm over me every single night from birth, probably until actually she probably still would if she could, if she was standing over me every night. But Psalm 91 says, it's my birthday. I just left work and I'm headed for Delphi, over a 3-hour drive. Free Rick Allen, Psalm 91. I am so excited to hear that. Where's Electric Weird Cat? Welcome to all new joiners and lurkers. We're so happy you're here. Absolutely. We love Julie. Where is Electric Weird Kitty sign? Bean? You have to do a lot. You haven't done enough lives, I don't think. Hey, Ham.
I'm more of a Twitter personality.
Marianne says, oh, Angela, I wish you would. I don't remember what I was talking about, but I wish I would too. I only have a few minutes before my next class starts, but Go will try and hold the people that wrote negative signs of power and contempt. Thank you, some guy with cancer, for being here, for your generosity, and for caring about this case. I hope that you have a good class. And we will be here until there's a verdict. That is the plan. Rick will be home for dinner. Is Gritty there? Message her. I bet she'll add one for you.
No, that's okay.
Are people accidentally saying
I'm
Adele?
just joking. I don't need a sign.
Make a sign and bring it to Nap. Hey, Judge Jessica, good morning. All freaking rise. Let's see.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Let's see what Hammy's tweeting at this morning. Ham, if you're in here.
As far as the words, that be a gun, I do not believe one of the girls said that be a gun. That's like some kind of reversion to Middle English suddenly. I mean, oh, my Lord, that be a gun. As far as the words, that.
I agree with Lawyer Lee there. And I've tried to think through what might phonetically make more sense than that, but almost anything. So I don't think that's what it says, or what's on the tape.
Absolutely not. That is absolutely not what they
The
said.
two things yeah.
I don't know what it could have possibly been, but with all the interpolating, who knows?
The two things I came up with are that'll be fun, or that Jeep is gone, or the two ones that I thought this kind of might make more sense in context.
Yeah, I guess. But do we even know if they said anything? It could have just been, I don't know. I want to know what exactly they did to the video.
Maybe.
What'd you say, Fiend? I'm sorry.
DB's, yeah, Abby a gun might make a lot more sense than that be.
Maybe.
If it says gun, that's probably more likely what it's is, not that be. That'd be Logan Ron.
That'd be Logan Ron. Yeah, I'm with Sleuthy on this. I mean, if he did say gun, I could hear. I mean, yeah, why would you say that be a gun instead of Abby a gun?
That'll be Ron.
Yeah, I mean, but I also agree with Sleuthy. I think that he made up the entire sentence. I don't even trust that gun was mentioned. He absolutely made it up. It doesn't even say gun. I need alcohol for this, says Kay McBee. The case was retrofitted. That be Logan Run. Wrong turn. RONG, wrong turn. Oh my goodness. It was probably made up. Everything in this case feels like, I can never pronounce this. Can you do it, Fiend? Everything in this case feels like a
Rorschach painting?
yeah, with the
ink blots.
Trevin.
Which where's ink blots sign?
Where's what?
Ink blots sign.
I don't know.
It's a very, very obscure
Oh,
YouTuber.
the creator, Inkblot. Remember? Yeah. Thank you so much, Lenny Kramer. Sending Andrea a hug. Can you guys deliver it? So I'm not on the ground there in Delphi, but if anybody is, yes. But we can certainly deliver her a virtual cyber hug. We love Andrea here. She's been, honestly, in my opinion, probably the closest thing to having eyes and ears in the courtroom. Her reporting's been great. We can absolutely get a message to Andrea. Oh my God, Judge Jessica and Kira both had the same thought at the same time. That'd be Griffin. Lord, that'd be a shit show. Court of Public Opinion is awesome. So informative and knowledgeable, and always keeping me up to speed on all the things in my inbox. And I appreciate it. Even though I'm terrible at responding, I do check them. And I always appreciate what you have to say. Yeah, where the was Hoosier Home Cold Cases sign? Excuse me, Hoosier is the OG here. And I mentioned yesterday, I started my intro to Delphi was watching Hoosier Cold Case videos. And then Hoosier, your channel at one time, I think your original channel disappeared or the videos disappeared. And I was like, well, now what the fuck am I gonna do? Because I was looking for the tunnels. And you had a really good video of like the area. I mean, they're all back. If you're not subscribed to Hoosier, go subscribe. If someone, if one of the mods can link him, I'm trying now and my shit keeps freezing. I don't know why. Bob is still live. Let's see what Bob has to say.
He's still live?
And then they only had like 2.5 hours and some change to kind of start deliberating. I think at like 3:20 they might have been like, you know what? Why don't we come and just like start fresh tomorrow? Let's really start in earnest tomorrow, as opposed to like getting into the weeds now and only having 2 hours and 45 minutes, to get started right when we're getting like ramped up. So, because I mean, this is one of those cases where I fully expect that there's going to be deliberations. We want that. Don't we want that? We really want thoughtful deliberations, right?
Oh, of course. I mean, you want the jury to be confident and make a decision that they're all going to be able to go home and live with that. The real wild card in this whole situation, from my perspective, is this situation in Indiana where they can kind of pre-deliberate.
It's so crazy.
Well, it's something I'd never heard of before, but actually, like, the more I've thought about it, some parts of it really have grown on me. And one of those is just their ability to get their thoughts out about the evidence as it's happening, instead of having to wait now 21 days after they've heard some of this stuff and be trying to think back and remember and make sense out of it, in retrospect, because there's just so much of a volume of information. It's very hard to keep track of it. So I do wonder to what extent that does help them move the deliberations forward a little bit, so that now that they're like formally getting started, they may have already made a lot of progress in terms of knowing where each other stands.
Yeah, I could not agree more, because we don't do that in our jurisdiction either. And like Allison was like, what they're talking about, and I was kind of reading through the jury instructions yesterday. It kind of clarified what it was. It sounds like that during breaks, if they're in a recess, that they're allowed to discuss the evidence, and it's limited to that. Like, they can't go back to the hotel room and sit down. I don't know if they have kind of like a common room where they all go watch like Cocoon or whatever movies that they have deemed like appropriate for them to watch, because we know that she's got them on lock. But yeah, I agree. I think it's given them the opportunity to kind of like piece by piece, witness by witness, talk to each other about it, which I think will resonate with them longer, especially in terms of when you get into deliberation. I agree. I'm kind of a fan of it. I'm also a huge fan of the jury questions.
Your wife.
what? Oh, she's telling me to let other people talk. My wife.
Yeah, this was a process because I haven't seen it before. I think it's kind of normal for people to react. You know, your instant reaction is like, oh, well, that's weird. But the more I have given it thought, the more it really has grown on me. I looked a little bit into some of the history of these jury rules in Indiana. They did go through a pretty significant reform period back towards kind of the turn of the century.
In terms of the amount of evidence they had, like my thing was always, they better have more, and what their more was the confessions. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So
God.
Oh, boy.
like my position is like now, and I still haven't said it. I still haven't given what I said, but
well, when I look at the confessions, yeah, there's going to be maybe 1, 2, or 3 that are false confessions, but 61 plus with details of the crime. I mean, there's no way that's false. That's just my opinion, guys.
and you're absolutely entitled to it. And frankly, I like to think that we kind of out here are a microcosm of what that jury is. Right. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm grateful. Here's what my thought is. I'm grateful
I was saying that
Judge Gull kept them in a cave, essentially. Like,
oh my God,
we all hope that they weren't listening to the noise. They all said that they weren't really listening to the noise prior to right. We know how that works. So, but like in terms of what's been going on kind of during the trial, we can all feel pretty secure that they weren't getting any shit. Because in cases we've been seeing recently, it's been a problem. Jurors, witnesses watching all the, watching coverage, whether it be YouTube or the news, whatever the case. So I feel pretty comfortable that these jurors are following that guideline, whether or not they really were oblivious to what was going on. We'll never know, maybe unless they talk about it at some point. But, I'm
going to do a mute until Rick Meister's not being interviewed anymore. Just because I don't.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, right? We'll just kind of wait and see and keep him on in the background, and we'll see if he interviews anyone else.
Oh, I kind of want to hear this guy.
Oh, you do? Okay. All right. Fine.
Damn, that's
attentive jury where it comes down, oblivious to what was going on in the case. I guess we'll never know, maybe unless they talk about it at some point. But, I think that's going to be helpful, and no matter which way it comes down, I felt like this is a smart jury. This is a jury that has paid attention.
I've noticed they are focused in there. They are very focused, and they're here to do a job. And I hope the right decision comes out. But if it doesn't, we just got to move on.
100%. I mean, we have to accept the verdict, no matter what it is. It's like when I see an attentive jury, I'm going to.
I just want to state, for the record and for appellate purposes, I'm probably not going to respect a guilty verdict. How could I? What do you think?
That'll be difficult. I think that would be difficult.
It would be difficult, right? To respect a guilty verdict. Oh,
for you.
I'm good. So where are you at? Tell everybody.
I just want to go like this. We can say that we did like this, like duel.
The dueling. Will that create like that mirror effect where it looked like 1,000 images?
Oh God, I don't even know.
All right. So tell everybody what your little show is, and let's hear about your experience.
You've
been in and out a little bit. You've been here, had to jet, take care of some real life stuff, then you're back. So what's going on?
My experience here has just been, it's unfortunate that there's no transparency. To bring the transparency.
Which reminds me, why don't you give us the name of your channel?
Oh, Truth and Transparency.
Oh, gee, go figure. All right. So yeah, no, I agree. It's been a trial that's tried in the dark. So
it's been also hard to say that, I know for me personally, I've had to pay people that hold spots. And so to sustain paying somebody anywhere from $100 to $250 per night, that's a lot of money to fork over.
It really is.
But thanks to the locals, a lot of them did a lot of cool things for, people like Andrea Burkart. And then what I've seen inside there is it all comes down to 12 jurors. So my big thing is after the Karen Reed case, I wanted to see the jury process more. So I went to Maine, got to watch the jury selection, really paid attention to the questions that were asked and who kind of they were, how are you picking someone to be on your jury? So I like that process to see that. And then when you get here and you watch the people and the answers that they gave back then, and to see that, okay, these are all the things that you guys said that you needed to see to convict somebody. So here it is now, looking at their body language, seeing the notes that they're taking, what kind of questions are asking. And from the questions that those jurors asked in the jury selection process that they needed to see, and how they were going to weigh the evidence of someone's credibility, just everything that they were saying. That's why I said that this jury is not going to convict Richard Allen based on their answers, because then they're going to have to ask themselves, well, wait, this is what y'all said that you needed to see, and it's not there. So beyond a reasonable doubt, like this. So that's for me is what I'm saying. The jury is going to go not guilty based on their answers to questions.
Yeah, and I have been very vocal that I think that this has been a very attentive jury. You know, I feel very comfortable with the fact that they have been.
You have been very
engaged
vocal
and super attentive with the note taking. And it was their charge not to sit there and write notes the whole time. And like, that's what we're doing, right? Like I'm missing things that I wanted to observe during the trial. And this is the first time I've ever gone to a trial and observed it beginning to end where I wasn't trying the case.
I was just going to say that you're in a position where you're, you know, like the public versus you're always used to like, hey, you're one of the parties. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. So it's been unusual, but I've enjoyed it. I mean, a little less because I had to write the whole time and it's not my favorite thing to do. Like I like writing creatively, but I don't like sitting there trying to transcribe.
Like, yeah, if you're trying to transcribe, it's totally different. Like if we could have just hit on the main points that we saw, but here we were trying to transcribe, which you're then you're just kind of missing the flow of stuff, or kind of looking at things like, okay, I'm a basketball coach and I want to watch the game. I was like, okay, what would I have done versus being in the bleachers, you know, commentating on it. Because then you have to come from a different, you know, you're totally different. Yeah. And that's kind of how I kind of experienced this for somebody that would be like a Lawyer Lee or an Andrea or you, for you guys to come in here and just be like, hey, we're straight, like we're court reporters here.
Right.
Some using our shorthand to try to get as much information as we can to then go tell the world about it. Right. And so that's positions that you guys have never been in.
Yeah.
And I think that everybody did a great job. And when you compare each other's notes, we're clearly getting the same thing out of there because no one's reporting off the wall. You know what I mean? I don't see some off the wall reporting.
Yeah, no, I know. And it's like, look,
it was hard to hear in there, man.
Oh my God, it was so hard to hear.
It was really hard to hear in there. You know, you gotta kind of like close your eyes in a way and then just use your ears better. I feel like I had to do that a couple times.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was doing the really old man like ear cupping trick, which actually works, you know, where I'm talking where you put your open palm behind your ear and push your ear toward like the meat of your ear towards the sound. Oh my God. And I had no shame in doing it because I just couldn't hear some of it. So, all right, tell everybody where they can find you.
Through the Transparency on YouTube.
All right. And she's awesome. She's a digger.
Yeah. Give me timeline. Give me Discovery.
We just linked Lana's channel, her live in the chat. Go subscribe to her and Bob.
Yeah, there he is. Brad Weber just left. Brad Weber, how'd it go? Brad Weber, did you do it? Brad Weber, did you do it?
Amazing.
I saw y'all locals. What's going on?
89.
All right.
Yes.
So when you say local, Delphi
local.
So,
born and raised. Went to high school here.
What have you been feeling for the past?
I feel like Alan is innocent. I feel like the town is definitely covering it up. I've seen some shit, heard some shit all my life being here, and really hope.
Did she just say he's innocent in a Delphi local?
Find the killers.
Yes.
Actually killed Abby and Libby.
Yep.
So have you been able to make it in?
I don't know who the
We
fuck
tried
you
yesterday
are. But you special, girl.
To go to the bathroom, and they're like, "What are you doing in here? What are you doing in here? There's plenty of places to go to the bathroom around here." And
You're like, well, I'm trying to sneak into the goddamn courtroom. That's what I'm doing.
we're trying to see if we can get in to go see the second half, and we weren't able to. So
Yeah, I mean, closing arguments is probably the worst day to try to split.
right. We were gonna try though. So
Yeah. All right. So what is?
We're
What is your name?
Jessica. We're from Southern Indiana, so we drove a couple hours to get here today, just to because with Verdict Watch. Yeah.
So what is your feeling? What are you thinking?
I think he's innocent myself, and we just want justice for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, and that's ultimately what it's all about.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
All the time. So.
oh well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just a guy with the mic these days.
Seeing Bob and Andrea and everybody over there right in one spot that we've been watching every night over Delphi.
So are you guys a sweet little couple here?
Yeah, we've been married for
30 years.
almost.
Oh, I love that. That's amazing. I love couples that have that long distance or that long running relationship. That's Allie and I too. So we love that.
Tell Allie we said hi. We watch her
What?
too. Hi, Allie.
You hear that, babe? If you're watching,
You got
what are you thinking?
No, I mean, I'm all over the. Originally, I'm like, there's no way he could have done it, and then things come out. You're like, well, I mean, it's possible, but at the same time, the state has to prove it, and I don't think they've come anywhere close to doing that. So, I mean, it's just, I think it's just injustice all around. I mean, for Abby and Libby, for Richard Allen,
We love you all.
It's nuts. It should have never got like this.
Yeah, I mean, you guys I always get goosebumps like talking to the actual people that live in and around this community, and like when you get it, you know what I mean? Like to me, getting it is understanding that it's always about justice for those girls, but real justice doesn't mean just getting a conviction of a guy. It's got to be the right guy. I mean, that's justice, and I just don't know if this is the guy. Like, yeah, and I sat through every day of that trial, listened to everything, and it's like that's kind of where I'm at.
The same age as the girls that when they got murdered, and so I have no business. I feel rooting for a murderer who killed two girls that are the same age as mine. But I truly, with everything I have, feel very passionate in the fact that he is innocent. I feel like they just picked his name out of the hat, and it was all to get, an election. Had something to do with the election. Someone had to be the hero of the situation.
I don't think it's a great.
You've been very, very patient, and I want to congratulate you on that because I appreciate that.
Oh, no problem. I don't think it's really a conspiracy theory. I think it's just incompetence. I think they bungled the whole forensic gathering. I don't think they have any evidence really to convict anybody. They could find out today exactly who did it, and they wouldn't be able to prove it. They don't have any evidence that ties anybody there. Do I think Richard Allen's innocent? I do. Do I know he is? No. I mean, at the same time, it's not the defense's problem to convince me he's innocent. Just convince me he's not guilty. But has the state convinced me he's guilty? Not by any means. So.
Well, you guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for hanging with Allie and I. We appreciate you. We appreciate y'all. I got a pretty decent, and I'm not going through it like some of my friends are. I was fortunate that Kathy was kind enough to, because she was watching, her people were watching, so she knew kind of where I was at, that I was really advocating for her husband to get a fair trial and some due process, and so she appreciated that. And that
while it's happening.
Oh my God, yeah.
I mean, that's the sad part. You're not supposed to be tortured in this country. You're not supposed to. It's not.
That is not what we're about.
Look, he's got his
so
sleeves
it's
pulled over
sad
his
to see
hands,
what
just like
happens.
all
I
the-
mean, this is
all the
what
little
happens.
ladies in the
You
chat
get
right now.
False confessions. You get stuff not making any sense.
I could not agree more. All right, you guys are amazing. Thanks for being good citizens. Appreciate you. All right, let's got some press. Hey, what's going on? All right, we're gonna make the walk. How are we doing? Oh, we got a nice crowd. Nice crowd. Oh, there's my favorite. I'm gonna get Barb on. My Court TV homie. Ladies, we've got a nice sign here for Abby and Libby. Never forgotten. Hold it up. That's absolute gospel right there.
Hold it up.
How you guys feeling? You want to stay off? You guys okay with me filming? Are you okay? Oh, okay. Yes. I wanted to get that sign on there for certain. Yes, of course. We are definitely thinking of the girls today. Definitely thinking of the girls. Thank you. All right. Where did Barb, are you about to do a hit? Oh, good. You're on live with 4,000 people. So what's up? Tell the people here. Let's get your lighting right. Yeah, we don't want backlights. So.
4,000.
All right. So give us your name in case people don't know who you are.
McDonald, senior producer with Court TV.
That's worse. Hello, Barb. Did you get a nice sleep last night?
I nightmares every night that I've been here. Stress dreams. Yeah. So I sleep, but I don't know that it's necessarily restful, but I'm sure there's a lot of people in that same boat.
Someone check on Barbara. You okay, Barbara?
Hey, Barb, can you apologize again, please?
Give us an apology,
Bob Siegel's
Barbara.
notes as gospel.
Yeah, in all caps.
Basis, which I've really enjoyed doing with you. Like where are you at? What are you thinking right now? Where's your headspace?
I kind of thought this morning that they might come back quickly, that they had maybe reached a decision yesterday, went home and slept on it, and would come back and say, okay, we're done. And That hasn't happened yet. Perhaps they are, as you mentioned last night on Vinny's show, perhaps they're disagreeing and decided to break the tension by going home early yesterday and return today to give it a full day to see if they can work out their issues. This jury, unlike a lot of juries, they get to ask questions of the witnesses. They get copies of the exhibits during the trial, which they could take back during breaks and lunch. So they've been able to look.
Y'all, how is the health of my stream? Is it very glitchy? Is it very pixelated? Is the sound cutting in and out? I can't tell on my end how it is. So if it's bad, y'all please let me know.
I think it's okay.
Okay, it's not super glitchy or pixely on your end. Okay. All right. Let me know if that changes and I can try and do some stuff.
Phone use, internet use. So I think they're probably ready. But can they decide? That's, I think, the $1 million question.
That is 100% the $1 million question. And I think that the one thing that is an absolute truth with jurors in any case, no matter what it is, whether it's a brutal double homicide or whether it's a theft case, that once they're into the minutia of the case and once they feel the weight, and especially in a case like this, the weight of what they are doing in there, that I think that they're willing to, like, you hope that they're willing to put aside this concept that they have been shut off from the outside world, not just like their families, yes, but everything in their lives. They've been shut out from everything. But you hope that they're like, this outweighs all of that. This is the biggest thing.
Decision. It's a very, very important decision. A man's life is at stake, his future, his family's life, potential closure for the victims' families. And not that they really, I said this last night on Vinny, not that they ever get closure, but they can at least move on to the next phase in the process for them. It's been a very long, almost 8 years now since this happened. This case has garnered attention from all over the world. I know there's people watching these deliberations from South Africa and all over Europe and Australia and probably even many other places. But it's a complex case, and there's no DNA, there's no digital evidence that says that Richard Allen for sure was there or that he communicated with the girls to set up any kind of a meeting. So, they have to weigh the evidence and what they think about the witnesses. And some of the witnesses maybe weren't completely credible.
That's 100% on that.
Yeah. And so, it's up to them to decide if the state proved its case. I think a lot of people who have been watching this case for a long time wanted some sort of a smoking gun, and we didn't get it. So
unless you consider what I consider to be coerced confessions to be a smoking gun, it's like I don't think in this country, and no one's ever going to change my mind on this, that we're allowed to torture people to get them to start talking. And whether it was by them threatening him or whether it was by them offering him a way out of the hell that he's living, just tell us you did it type thing. I don't know. But in this country, we cannot devolve to that.
Right. And even the warden of the prison testified, the former warden testified that it was unprecedented treatment of Richard Allen, that he had never seen anybody in his 28-year law enforcement career treated the way that Richard Allen was as a pretrial detainee. And so, will that just knock out the confessions? Will the jury just decide not to even look at that and look at the other evidence? And you still have Richard Allen's own statements putting himself on the trails, the witness statements who saw somebody, and then they kind of matched up with what he said about the people that he saw out at the trails, as well as that bullet. But, there were also issues with that, the analysis on that, and then the headphone thing, which kind of came out of left field from the defense. Somebody plugging in headphones or an auxiliary cable to Libby's phone after Richard Allen is believed to have left the crime scene. And the state very firmly said he left around 4:00 and never, ever returned. So if the jurors believe that those headphones were plugged in, that would not have been Richard Allen doing that.
I mean, it's this case is just like the pinnacle of not knowing what happened. But which I guess leads itself to reasonable doubt, right? It's like there's just, My thing is, I don't know how a jury can ever feel completely secure in this verdict if they come back guilty. Like that's the thing. I think that there will always be nagging questions, which is not how you want to feel as a juror. You know,
And the public is so split. You have people who followed the case who say absolutely it's him, the evidence proves it. People who say absolutely the evidence does not prove it. And then you got people in the middle who are like, I don't know if he's guilty or not. So, is the jury going to split the same way? Certainly possible.
certainly, as I'm, I always lean hung. That's my safe spot, is like the hung. So, all right, Barb, I love you. I adore you. It's been great working with you. And we're on pins and needles. We'll see you. I'll hunt you down when we get in a verdict.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The amazing Barb McDonald. Catch her on Court TV. All right, Julie Melvin. What's up, girl? What is up? All right, so you're live with a lot of people.
I'm not even a live person, but hey, how you guys doing? Oh yeah. Oh, that's fine. I've got this on you. Yeah, I'm live with Teresa all the time. Hey, I told Teresa to get her butt on here.
I know she was supposed to be down here.
Supposed
We
to
love
be
you
here,
all.
but I was trying to correspond for her, during this whole time. So
And just so Teresa knows, we love you. We love you dearly.
Teresa,
We do indeed. So
we're gonna do a whole thing. Yeah, I have.
So where are you at? What are you feeling? We're at the close of evidence. The jury's deliberating. Where are you at?
Just want to say something. I've been fighting for almost 8 years for justice for Libby and Abby. And when you fight for justice, you're through and through. You stay on the same page, right? So who would have known that I would have been just looking at, answering questions for the defense, because this is about truth and justice. Ultimately, it's truth and justice, no matter what our opinions are. And so I found myself like, wait a second, answering questions, just helping
The
the
sunglasses
truth come out.
portion.
I'm
of
like,
the
not on
stream?
either side. I'm just helping truth. And the defense was trying to find the truth. And where we are now, I think that the jury's really good. I think they're pretty smart. But in what I'm thinking, what I've heard in there is nothing in evidence that leads to Richard Allen at all. The prosecution did the rebuttal. They said, oh, we have 4 witnesses for the state. Well, the 4 witnesses for the state, none of them said that this was Richard Allen. They all said he was 5'10", 5'11", poofy hair, didn't describe Richard Allen at all. I mean, and the bullet, Guy Relford from WIBC in Indianapolis, he's a defense attorney. He was all over that bullet when they were trying to compare apples and oranges. You can't take an unspent round and you fail to create the same marks in the laboratory. The state couldn't create the same marks as supposedly Richard Allen did in their lab. So they had to fire it, which, it causes gases and pressures and so it's not the same. So we've got another gun that was the same, Sig Sauer. It's inconclusive. There's nothing at all. There's linking. And what's sad is in America, we're supposed to be free. And unfortunately, through my rose-colored glasses, they had to come off. Constitutionally, we're supposed to be free. But if you give enough people a power and you put power in the wrong hands, we all should be afraid. I'm not trying to scare people, but we have to bond together, and we have to, support the Constitution. We have to demand the truth. We have to hold our legislators to the fire and look at who you vote for. So I'm optimistic. I'm hoping for a not guilty verdict. And I certainly hope it's not hung. It's going to be bittersweet, because what that means to the family is that this remains unsolved. And now you've got all this evidence out there that's going to potentially corrupt if they do find the real killer, because you've got all the mistakes that the state made that they could potentially use. Even if somebody came and said, yeah, I did it. Well, what evidence do they have? So, bittersweet. I feel for the families. I wish them peace, and for this town, this community. But honestly, I'm hoping for a not guilty verdict.
All right. Thanks, Julie. Appreciate you. All right. All right. Got some more folks. You guys want to be on live? You want to give people on the street? Yes, no. So that's hard. No's. No. Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Well, my pleasure. All right. So can I catch your sign?
Go on, Bob.
All right. So you don't want to. Okay. All right.
Oh my.
Guess she's not a fan. So, all right, so we got Frank, we got the rest of that crew. All right, so maybe I won't film these folks. All right, so I think I pretty much like made the run. I'll make one more walk through, and then we'll call it a day.
Oh God, here we go.
All right. Do you think the Constitution and due process are gross, ma'am? Because that's all I've ever.
Yeah, tell her, Bob.
No, please don't. So, do you think due process and the Constitution are gross? Because I think you're gross. Go. Oh, do you? Go. Oh, do you? I don't think you ever listen to my content at all. That's what I think. All right, you guys. Did you see me get assaulted? I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. All right, so that's the heat. That's the kind of shit I've been taking for 2 years. All right, you guys.
Bob's been assaulted for 2 years, dude.
All right, I think I'm going to wrap. All right, so I will keep you guys obviously apprised if we get a verdict. And if Andrea, lawyer Lee, and I can get our time wrapped up, it'll be post 4 o'clock where we go live. All right. I'm doing okay on the battery. All right, so that's it. They're in there. They're deliberating. We had a great crowd. Thank you guys all for hanging with us, and it'll be good times. All right. Peace. See you tonight.
When the YouTube streets goes to the real streets. That was classic.
Dude, I knew for sure it was going to start as soon as Bob walked by them and was past them. Like, there's going to be some type of
This
comment.
episode is brought to you by LifeLock. So much of your personal
Darren,
info is
get
out
the
of your
pod,
control,
dude.
like your insurance provider that has your social security number and your favorite retailer.
All right, yes, legal commentary on a variety.
Give us some thoughts, Fiend, if you can, please.
Oh, that somebody needs to clip that, please. That was stellar. What's up, Adrian? Yep. OMG, Bob got assaulted. Yep, we saw it. It was caught on camera. Like, WTF, lady? I can't read all these. Oh man. Local lady did a push. I'm not sure how local she is. Yeah, answer to people's questions is in the chat. Jenny33 says family hugs for Bob. Yeah, Bob's doing the Lord's work. Hey, Mar. Can't read these comments. What's up, Tech Death? What did Peggy say? Oh, man. Bob got beat by a woman. A little bit. Podge says meth is a hell of a drug, but I'm not really sure what that refers to. Torsel says meth. Everybody, meth. Also, not sure what that refers to. Attack of the Troll Farm. Not sure what that refers to. Isn't it curious how all the local meth heads want Rick to be guilty? Not sure what that refers to. Delphi. This is one of my jokes someone's recycled here. Delphi helping to revive the anti-Masonic party in Indiana. That's a classic. R&M Productions says she's behind on her own live somehow. M says we need the okay, bitch.
Okay, bitch. Okay, bitch. Okay, bitch.
Oh yeah, you do not want to push Lana. That would be bad, bad news. I didn't get to check out the sandwich shop. Bob's assault goes unsolved for 7 years. It is Delphi.
They'll be like, we actually don't know who this is in this video.
They'll curiously leave out page 3 of the PCA. They lost the video. Only 7 years? Yeah, it could be a lot longer than that. Bob's assault goes unsolved for 7 years despite video of his assailant. Nobody seems to know who that is. I mean, it's hard. Yeah, we're gonna have to interpolate it. Maybe if we start adding some pixels, we can figure it out. They blamed RA. Yeah, I think RA's off the hook for Bob's assault since he's likely in the courtroom or courthouse somewhere underneath the courthouse. He's probably underneath the courthouse or something in the jail next door, I guess. Put her in solitary. The new BG. We'll call that sidewalk lady. Who is sidewalk lady? We know that's who assaulted Bob, but we don't know who it is. Is it even a lady? I don't know. It could just be like a really small man. They might have purple hair, or they might have violet hair. Blue hair? I don't know. It just depends on like the angle. We're gonna have to interpolate it. That's the only thing that you can do. Obviously, stabilize it, interpolate it. Arnhem says, Royal says, did she have a beard? Maybe, or maybe it was a face covering. We will never know, but we can interpolate. Arnhem says, IDK fiend, they got RA making a Google search from inside RHU at Westville, so maybe he could do an assault from inside the jail. Never know. Correct. Yeah, I'm not sure if that reporting was correct on their dates. They had that seemed to be a weird one, or maybe that was correct. I don't know. Like, I mean, I know if I was under arrest for a murder, I might Google that murder. Like, what the fuck happened with this murder? Check her Google searches. I mean, we have to figure out who it is first, or we got to blame somebody for it first. Yeah, see if there's any blue hairs at the scene, and put them in red Solo cups. AKA Radar says, flip it, crop it, edit it, interpolate it. Poofy hair? I think it was kind of poofy. There is a white van there. I think Rick Snade rented a white van. But that kind of solves that mystery. But maybe it's a different white van. Everybody keeps on the only reporting on Twitter is that there is there's lots of posters. Cat hairs? It could be cat hairs. Sarah Carbaugh is a witness, and she just ran over somebody. Kevin Tina, I can't read that one. That be inconsistent descriptions of sign lady. Is it sign lady or is it sidewalk lady? Sign lady. We'll go with sign lady. That's catchier. Sign lady. Where's Rick held while they deliberate? I'm gonna guess that it's at the jail next door, and then I think that they've got supposedly an underground passage that goes to the court. I think that I don't know. It sounds made up, but I think it's true. SL. Sign lady. AKA BS lady. Uh-oh. What's Allie doing on Twitter? Oh, Lord. Okay, somebody's posting crime scene photos on Twitter. That's not good. What the hell? What on earth? Okay, well, that's happening. People are posting crime scene photos on Twitter now. I guess that was a matter of time before someone got crazy.
All right. Do you think the Constitution and due process are gross, ma'am? Because that's all I've ever.
Yeah, tell her, Bob.
Please don't. So, do you think due process and the Constitution are gross? And the Constitution are gross? Because I think you're gross. Oh, do you? Oh, do you? I don't think you ever listen to my content at all. That's what I think. All right, you guys. If I get assaulted, I'm not going to make a big deal out. All right, so.
World Star. Yeah, what color was the jacket? We got to figure out who that was. Radar. Yeah, I don't think I'm not real familiar with this. With this account. I've seen them around a little bit, I think. Yeah, I don't know if we need a lot of people to report this. That seems not. Man, I don't even, dude. No one's gonna moderate Twitter. That's unfortunate.
Dean, I'll be right back. I need like 2 minutes.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
The Twitter account is at BC Bills fan, so I don't know if people want to go there and report it. It probably should be deleted. That's not really cool. Maybe reported as child safety. Normalizing glorifying acts. I don't know. I'm not really sure what category this I'm reporting it. It's uncalled for. Yeah, I think they grabbed it from Facebook. It looks like they got it somewhere, but I mean, I know it's not illegal to disseminate anything under the First Amendment, but it's not. It's also up to the platform to not allow that type of stuff. Yeah, I heard about it being on Facebook and stuff, but I didn't see where that was. I just saw that Allie was hopping on it and trying to get it taken down on Twitter. Thomas Scott, I don't know. On Twitter, it's at BC Bills fan, which is somebody I've seen around a little bit, but I'm not real familiar with them. I think they're more of a football person, I think, when I've seen them. There's a lot of crossover as far as interest in this case, that's for sure. Sweet, we got seconds on the watch. I missed that. That's awesome. I like that much more. That's aesthetically pleasing.
I'm back. I'm so sorry about that. So just so you know, I mentioned that we were like in the middle of moving. So I have like landlords here, like we're fixing the ceiling downstairs. We got a lot going on. So I appreciate everybody being so patient with me. And thank you, Fiend, as always, for being my ride or die.
No problem.
Did I miss anything of note? Normally on our walks, I have my stream running so I can at least listen. And
well, we I think DB clipped just the assault portion of the video.
oh, I see it's titled Bob's Assault.
Yeah, so we had some fun trying to figure out who Sign Lady was. We called her, she's SL. We're not sure who it is. She might have poofy hair. And then also, unfortunately, there's I'd heard rumblings of the crime scene photos being posted on Facebook, but someone's put them on Twitter about an hour ago, which is not great.
Yeah, so this is I don't know if this is a leak, right? It's definitely
No, it's not a
it's
leak. It's I mean it's the same
being
stuff
disseminated.
I've had previously, but you know.
Yeah, I heard that, and I know they've been making the rounds. So we're not going to share them here. I'm not going to share them on my Twitter, and if anyone does see them, that's fine. I'm actually, I think that they probably should be seen, not the graphic, not any obviously graphic like certainly not Libby. I think that if there's a way though that the public probably still, I think, has a misunderstanding of what the crime scene was.
I mean, that's true, but I still think that it should follow.
But not like this, you
No,
know?
not really like
Not
this.
like
I mean,
this.
I don't agree with like all of the exhibits being sealed, but like I think that those specifically, like, I mean, I'm not sure what the process is for making that public.
Me
but
either.
I think that it does need to follow a regimented process, and like, I mean, and it has to. I think that being sensitive to the timing of that is fair. But obviously it's hard to follow any like specific process for that because all of the exhibits are essentially sealed from the public.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's hard to treat this one differently because this is stuff that's like actually already out there. So like I mean all the other stuff isn't, which is the stuff that should be, and like I don't know, it's just treated. It's bizarro. It's all backwards.
There is one thing that I should say. No, Dr. Walla is not in the chat. Certainly not. And if somebody is in the chat with the name Dr. Walla, they are trolling. There's no way that woman will probably ever be engaging on social media under her name.
Oh, she's in here. Hey, Dr. Walla.
I mean, she's in here for sure, but she's not chatting. If someone is saying that
she's
they're
probably not chatting. Yeah, she might be on vault or something.
They're doing a misinformation, I think. A disinformation. Actually, at one time, somebody like once, remember when Nick leaked the ex parte
Right.
name of Dr. Polly?
Right.
Almost immediately, somebody was in my chat with the name Dr. Polly Westcott, and I had to ban them because they were,
Yeah, that's insane.
you know. But people, my point is, like, people do stuff like that. So I mean, I'm sure that she's probably watching. But what I did want to say about the crime scene photos getting out, here's why I'm not sure where I fall on this. I definitely think that there's a way that they probably could have been disseminated responsibly. Oksana. Hi, Oksana.
Hi, guys.
Welcome. How are you?
Good. How are you? How are we feeling?
Okay, I will feel fine probably until 4 o'clock today if we still don't have a verdict.
Yes, I was almost certain that they're gonna come back in the morning. I had a feeling that they left because, you know, maybe they came to a decision and just wanted to go and kind of sleep on it, right? And didn't want to offend anyone with the quick decision. I was actually in Indy yesterday and decided to drive to Delphi because I knew that they were going to deliberate, I thought, till at least 5, right? And I left at 2. I was like, oh, I'm going to get there by 3:30. And as I was driving up, I saw like there's a sheriff, and I actually was video recording. I was going to send it to Criminality just to see, you know, so she can see how it looks driving up to Delphi. And only later realized, I was like, oh, there's a weird, like a sheriff's car and 2 white vans around 3:30. Now I'm, you know, as soon as I got there, I heard that they left. I was like, oh yeah, that was the jury. And it was like 3:35 or something.
Yeah, it was like a little bit after, like not even 3:30 yet. Yeah, or maybe just
Yeah,
after.
maybe just a little bit. Yeah. So they were like already like 5-6 minutes out from the courthouse leaving. So I thought this morning they would come back with a decision, right? But I'm getting more, I think, not nervous, but just it's unsettling a little bit, right? But at the same time, you know, I think it's a big social experiment. If we look at the state of our country or society in general, anywhere in the world, right? People are so divided on certain topics. And I'm not going to go into politics, but it's one of the examples, right? It's so, we all have friends that, you know, on a different political spectrum from us, or we know content creators that are certain that Richard Allen is guilty. And in my mind, I can't, you know, it's almost like, do we have 2 different brains or 2 different, how can we see everything so in such different way, right? So just think about if the jury is the representation of our society, which they are, right?
Yeah.
There's no way if you and I, if one of us was on the jury, right? And somebody was trying to convince us that we should vote guilty or vice versa. I just more and more now I'm thinking maybe there's a possibility of a hung jury. I hope not, and it's also kind of proves to me that they're not looking at it from the Constitution, from the jury instructions, right? They want to be investigators. Just like maybe us too, right? If they read the jury instructions that we all heard yesterday, read by Bob and Andrea, right? It's clear that there shouldn't be any questions about how they should vote. And the fact that they're still there, you know, questioning it, they're going beyond the jury instructions, trying to figure out what happened.
I mean, I think that there's probably some people on the jury that have some theories, and I think that's human nature. But again, I don't think that I don't think they're trying to solve anything. But I think that if you have a good theory, then it might be somebody else that you may have seen in court. Like that's obviously reasonable doubt, right? So like
you're kind
of fixed in what you think as far as which way you're voting.
I hope a 4 person, whoever it is, I'm gonna say it's either 4 or 10, in my opinion. But I think they need to keep bringing them back into the jury instructions, because if we're following our Constitution, if we're following our law and jury instructions, right? That it's very, very clear. And the fact that they're not there just makes you think that they're just probably discussing possible other theories. And
I don't
maybe
know.
have a
I
whole
mean, I
no?
think they're probably, I mean, I think for the most part, they're probably focused on the task at hand, which is whether there is reasonable doubt or whether you're pretty convinced that this is the right person. I mean, I do think
That shouldn't take more than 5
question
minutes, in our opinion, right? It shouldn't take
I
more than
do
5
think a
minutes.
question that comes up is just like, if it's not him, then who else? Like that, which isn't really a question that they're supposed to be asking. They're really supposed to be focused on whether there's reasonable
Or
doubt.
is it him, right? How can, like, we are so divided on this? Well, I know not us, but watching, and I like to watch sometimes, even though it's really, really hard for me. I like to watch the other side just so I can try to understand and not be biased, right? Which we all are. There's no saving from that, right? But just to see both sides, I think it's extremely important. But they are convinced that Rick is the bridge guy, right? And I can't understand that. Like, when it first happened, I almost called someone in that I kind of worked with for several years, and then I was like, oh my god, I'm glad I didn't, because then there was like 5 more people that I thought that could have been a bridge guy. I just don't see how it's Rick. I don't see it. So that's the first question, right? But then you can go beyond, because I think even beyond that, I think is bridge guy, based on what we heard about the video, some people didn't even hear the same things that others heard, right? So how can you be convinced that the bridge guy is actually the guy, or that they were not more involved, right? But for me, would have stopped with Nick trying to prove and certain that bridge guy, Richard Allen, is bridge guy.
I agree with Oksana. Obviously, where my position on Rick's guilt or innocence, but I do think that had the jury, well, for starters, I'm not too worried yet. I think if we get to 4:00 and they go home without either staying later, like if they decide to leave instead of staying later. Oh my God. Oh my God. If they decide to leave instead of staying later into the evening, I might worry. If they go home and come, to come back tomorrow, I might worry a little bit. I think that so far, they've not quite been deliberating for 5 hours. I don't know
Yeah,
yet.
maybe
I think
they're just taking
one or
seriously,
two.
right?
Yeah, if they have one holdout.
I mean, it doesn't really change what I think, like, based on how long this goes, because
Right.
my baseline was, I think there's at least a couple people
Sure.
probably not guilty, and there's at least a couple people that are probably pretty firmly guilty. So, I mean, you're gonna have.
You think there's firm guilt, like
I think there's probably a couple.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, mostly just gauging from the jury questions.
I would agree. I would agree, but then on the other side, just for a second, try to listen to sleuth intuition, and
Oh, God bless you.
7 minutes, just and it was done. But they're convinced that there's 1 or 2 not guilty holdouts. Isn't it? That's what's fascinating to me. How can we all watch the same story, right? Follow the same story, listen to the same content creators, and I'm sure everybody was listening to Andrea, because there's, and Bob.
Yeah.
And we watch the same content. How can we come to two drastically different opinions, right? And I also think that when sitting on the jury, it's probably it feels very heavy. They know that they have to go out there and bring the news that somebody's going to be devastated by, and somebody's going to be life-changing, right? So there's a heavy weight. We don't know how it would feel being them. We know how we would feel being there, right? Even that would be probably difficult, but for them, we don't know.
Well, also, I mean, I don't know that they know. I mean, I think that, I mean, if they're thinking it's not guilty, they might think that anybody else in that courtroom is also thinking that. Like, I mean, it's presumptive to know
Oh,
that the
for sure,
family
with
is
so many
going to be
people there, right?
devastated by this. Like, in reality, a not guilty verdict could be the best thing for this investigation and actually push it forward in a positive direction.
Correct. That's why I think there's more people that are in favor of not guilty, right? 100%. So there's only maybe one, maybe two. And I also thought last night maybe they didn't want to like leave, go back to the hotel. It was like maybe they just don't feel safe with a not guilty verdict and going back to the hotel. Maybe they like just want to pack today, come to the,
I think too, like the thing that I really try and do is like suspend. So I'm trying to suspend my personal belief and opinion and biases about the case and just look at the evidence that has been presented by both the state and the defense in the trial, and really try to, like, I read the jury instructions last night, and they're actually quite clear about the beyond, you must acquit versus you may convict. I know some people think that borders on jury nullification. I tend to believe, someone's personal, we lost Exxon, she'll be back maybe. I think someone's personal belief about whether he did it or didn't do it for now really shouldn't be the most relevant thing. It's, did the state prove their case that Rick and only Rick and no one else, according to the state, committed these murders as charged? Did they prove that? And never mind what I think about what really happened, I don't see how anyone who understands at least what their duty is and what they've been tasked with, like, I don't understand how anyone can read the jury instructions and have a full and thorough and complete understanding of what that means, look at the case the state put on, look at the defenses, how they've refuted a lot of that. How can anyone answer yes, the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt? Like, even if I'm a juror and I believe that he did it, but the evidence doesn't support that, then I shouldn't vote guilty. You know what I mean? And I think it's almost an impossible ask for people to, like the Casey Anthony trial, that verdict that nobody really anticipated in the public, I don't think. Juries are unpredictable. The jury voted not guilty in Casey Anthony's case. And obviously now we look at it and we're like, how could they have? But the state in that case, they did not do their job. There was a lot of fuck ups, a lot of, I don't know if it was misconduct, but just a lot of things that they didn't do or couldn't do and didn't prove. I believe that she likely killed her daughter, but if I were a juror, I don't know, maybe I would vote not guilty too. Like, you have to suspend your bias and your personal belief, because what if you're wrong? That's why we have trials, to protect people against us being wrong, like, as much as possible, if that makes sense. And
you're a person who the social justice and civil rights, you have certain opinions and certain views that are could be very different and are probably very different from, I don't know, at least 50-60% of population.
For sure.
I agree. I would rather, even if there's a chance of that person being guilty, I would rather take that chance than putting a not guilty person in prison. 100%.
Yeah, I agree with that. And people kind of roll their eyes when I say things like, I'd rather be wrong about somebody's guilt or I'd rather be wrong and say someone's innocent and be wrong than ever put somebody like, Leon Benson or Rick Allen or any of the wrongfully convicted people who have served like more time than not in custody for a crime they didn't commit. I just can't. Yeah, this is a great question though. I'm going to pull up the jury questions that we do have because we haven't looked at them in a while. And I think that I don't know. I just
There
think
were jury questions came in. Did I miss it?
just from
Oh,
the
not
beginning, just like all of the jury questions that
Oh, yeah.
we logged. And I kind of did a bad job of keeping up with it. So I think I got like the first, at least the questions they asked the state, I did a really good job of logging, and then I kind of lost them. But the ones that I do have, I'll share. Yeah. So I stopped at like day 4. Way to go, Angela. But just to give a sense of where their thought process was at, like, I mean, at least when the state presented their evidence, there was a lot of, I don't know if they think Rick did it or not, but I don't think that this jury trusts the investigators or the investigation or the prosecutor. Like, that to me is the biggest thing that might protect Rick, is that these men have not been trustworthy, and it seems as though the jury has kind of picked up on that. I'll put this in the chat so y'all can look at them too.
I wonder, a big question is that this lady who's number 11, 10.
Mm-hmm.
No, 11. She's the one that on the first. See, I think Bob counts the jury from the first row and then the top one. I went from the top row left to right.
Mm-hmm.
So this lady is, bottom row, like next, number 11. So she would be the 5th in that row.
Yeah.
And she's the one who, Finn, you've been to the courtroom by now, right? Oh.
Yeah, I went for
Yeah.
Tuesday and Wednesday afternoon
did?
sessions. Yeah.
Okay, so the lady that kind of sits in the first row behind, 4 or 3 alternates, and then on the first row, like she's the 5th, short hair, and she was the one who was asking every time there was a question. She was writing them, and she was very animated. You can just see her, very expressive. And I thought that she was clearly very smart and very not guilty, but might be biased, right? Maybe I'm looking at it through my lens.
Yeah. Oh, I lost your audio, Oksana.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, yeah, I'm here. So I wonder how, once it's all said and done, hopefully with the correct outcome, if they will be willing to speak, right, and to kind of give us their perception.
I would love to. I can't wait until the jury can start sharing. I can't wait. I think that will be very, very interesting.
Would be amazing. I also think, oh man, I imagine them going home and getting exposed to all the content, right?
Yes.
YouTube. Oh man, I almost feel bad for them.
Oh, the jurors, you mean, when they're
jurors going home.
Oh my
yeah.
God, I know, and they probably they probably have so many questions that
So
they don't
many
even, but they probably actually don't even know the questions they have until they get out, and then like, so here's something I've been thinking about, and I don't know, I'm sure that there are a million cases that have been tried where the jury doesn't get to see the majority of the evidence that one side or the other has put forth, but what would happen if, like, you or I or anyone in here, like, we were sitting on a jury and we went in not knowing anything about the case, and when we got out, we all of a sudden start researching and realize there's a 136-page Frank's memo. There's all these alternative suspects. There's this Kagan Klein and this Ron Logan and this James Bryan Chadwell. Like, I might, and what if I vote, and what if we convicted him and then we got out and found all of that?
Oh yes. I would be so mad.
We had to live with that for the rest of our lives. So like this, once again, I cannot even conceptualize the amount of secondary, tertiary victims that this case and these investigators have created as a result of their ineptitude, the corruption, the lack of public access, the bias, all of that. Like there's so many victims now that have been created, including if I'm a juror and I vote to convict him and then I get off and all of a sudden I find out that there's all this evidence that they didn't even trust me as a juror. They didn't trust us to look at the evidence and make that determination.
Right.
They
And the
decided,
judge and the prosecutors, they don't care. Like, aren't they mortified just to think that the jury will definitely find out everything that they've kept
they
from
will
them?
for sure. And what are they going to do? And so like, I don't know, could the jury do like a class action lawsuit? Like my question is like, what recourse is there if we're jurors and we leave and we've convicted a man and then we get out and we find out that maybe we convicted an innocent person? Like, what are we supposed to do about that? Like what now that's not how we're supposed to treat juries and
They're going to join us and, and they're going to be really mad. And they're going to hopefully.
They're going to be mad like us, I guess. Yeah.
And I'm sure it's going to be, if he's found guilty, it's going to be reversed, and it might, still going to have a positive outcome, I think. But I hate that Rick's going to go away. It could take a couple years, and it just terrifies me to think of what they can do to him, right?
Absolutely.
They don't want to retry it.
No, they want him to be it, and they want it to go away, and unfortunately,
they were surely not thinking that this is going to go. They didn't expect to go to trial. They were expecting some kind of plea deal for sure. I don't think at all now that they thought they were going to go to trial. No way.
Yep. I agree with you 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. I just don't know. And then I think like the amount of confidence, obviously I don't live in Indiana, but a lot of our friends do. And I just can't think about the amount of like confidence and faith and trust that I no longer have in not just Indiana, but in general. Like none of the safeguards that are in place to prevent something like a wrongful conviction, to prevent something like withholding exculpatory discovery, to prevent something like, torture, all of the safeguards we have to prevent and protect against all of those things, and none of them worked in this case. None of them worked. I mean, the Department of Correction tortured a pretrial inmate.
I don't know why. It's something to do with Indiana. I live in Ohio, but I go to Indiana a lot, and I can see that even the huge difference between how people think in Ohio versus Indiana. It's a lot more. There's a lot more trust in. And trust me, there's plenty of in Ohio too, but not on the level that I see in Indiana. There's like people just don't question authority,
Right. And like Junior Nana Boomer says, I used to believe that if the police and prosecutors say someone is guilty, then that person is guilty. I felt a jury was redundant. And I think that a lot of people probably feel that way. And
100%.
I mean, the statistics bear that out. Like, I mean, but the problem is also the statistics. Like, you can be, even if you're right, they're right 99% of the time, which they're probably not. That's probably very high.
Right.
Like, that guarantees that there's many people being wrongfully convicted.
Yes.
So you have to keep that as an open option that they do get it wrong sometimes.
Well, they have the ability to think that people could be wrongly convicted for sure. Somebody with 40-something felonies could be wrongly convicted, but not Rick Allen.
Right.
So there is it's just, again, it's a mindset, and it's a, generations of trust in the authorities. Believe, like it's really hard to change it. Only if it personally affects the family, the community, right? There's enough force maybe to speak up or to do something about it, to voice your opinion. But there's just complacency, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Doesn't bother people.
Yep. It's a huge ask. You're asking 12 strangers to make a determination, and I think like in most cases, even if you have a corrupt prosecutor or law enforcement or like I just can't stop thinking about like in Rosie's closing, I wish that we all could have heard it, but I wish that we could have heard him in person in the flesh talking about like, why did nobody intervene? Like, how could this possibly have happened? And I know that a lot of people, or at least I've heard a couple of people, even people that like we love that are, due process leaning, felt that his closing focused a little bit too much on the mistreatment of Rick versus like the evidence.
Yeah.
But
I was slightly disappointed, but I also, they have a really hard job to do, right? But we've seen it in several cases. I felt like it happened with Karen Reed. Towards the end, they kind of just like, not stumbled, but they just have rushed to the end. They could have taken a little bit more time. And I feel like another day or two, even one day, right, of presenting, bringing back what is her name? The phone lady?
Stacy something.
Yes, I think they should have brought her back and ridiculed
Stacey Eldridge. She stuck around the whole next day. So I'm not sure exactly why she was sticking around the whole time. I'm not sure if it was like consulting or if they thought that they might do something more with that. But it was odd. She did not. Or maybe she just wasn't released from her subpoena, but I mean that would be a conscious choice, and she was there all day Wednesday as well.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe they just had a feeling or whatever. They thought about the days. Okay, it's Wednesday. We'll do whatever Thursday, so that they can leave by the weekend. Maybe they put too much thought into that. The number of days before the weekend instead of just maybe taking another.
I mean, I get why they focus on the mistreatment part, because that's clearly the strongest pillar of the state's case. They have nothing else.
I agree.
They have nothing else, and you have to refute that. And
yes,
they
but
did.
Not if anybody
they
thinks
very thoroughly did refute it, because you can clearly see that this was somebody that was in and out of psychosis and was being, haphazardly treated and medicated.
But it's beyond the point of whether he, guilty or innocent. They can still, both things can be true. They could believe that he was mistreated at the same time as believing that he could be the guy, right? So I think refuting.
I mean, honestly, this should have been litigated. Those were not. I mean, those were not voluntary confessions.
They're not. But if
they just aren't. They should not have been admissible.
Yeah, the whole trial. I mean, that's why he found guilty.
I mean, Michael had covered this way back when they were trying to suppress a lot of this stuff. And I mean, the burden of proof is on the state to prove that it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, if you claim that they're involuntary, they have to prove that they are voluntary. And there's no way you can prove that these are voluntary. Like we've seen, I've seen, we've heard and I've seen how this definitely, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. That's for sure.
Can I read something really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I understand, I think that the reason that they focused so much, or Rosie focused so much on the treatment of Rick, is not just because it's not right and it's its own, crime in itself, but because it speaks to the legitimacy of the confessions, obviously, and the admissibility of those confessions is so questionable and abhorrent, in my opinion, the way that she ruled on it. However, I do think it ended up hurting the state, because as a result of them admitting all of those confessions, the defense got to show all of that video. And I just think that this case would have been very different because nobody believes this when we try and tell them that Rick's being tortured. Nobody believes it until they see it with their own eyes. And the other thing that I do think is important, yes, it's about guilt or innocence, and the jury has to make that decision, and it has to do with this case and these families and these victims. but that's not really where we shouldn't just be satisfied with that though. Like, one of my favorite things that Rosie has ever written is this memorandum he wrote back in April when they were trying to suppress Rick's implicating, statements that he made in DOC when he was psychotic. And my favorite, the whole thing is amazing. It's got a lot of case law in it, and he goes through all the reasons that these were not involuntary. But my favorite part of it is at the end. And this is kind of why I think Rosie feels so strongly about. He's really been the one dealing with DOC directly, and he's pissed. It's personal to him now. And he talks about the confessions, and he goes on to say, it's also established the 14th Amendment forbids fundamental unfairness in the use of evidence, whether true or false. This is an amendment this is a constitutional, this is a 14th Amendment, decision that the use of evidence, whether true or false, that establishes the fundamental unfairness of it. As important as it is, persons who have been committed, sorry, let me start over. I'm all worked up. As important as it is that persons who have committed crimes be convicted, there are considerations that transcend the guilt or innocence. And if Judge Gull was a fair judge, she would have really considered this. But this is so important, whether or not people agree with it. The reality is there are considerations that transcend the question of Rick's guilt or innocence. So in cases involving involuntary confessions, like in this case, this court enforces the strongly felt attitude of our society that important human values are sacrificed where an agency of the government, in the course of securing a conviction, wrings a confession out of an accused against his will. This insistence upon putting the government to the task of proving guilt by means other than inquisition was engendered by historical abuses which are quite familiar. The truth or falsity of Allen's statements are of no consequence to this analysis. Richard Allen has been treated unlike any other pretrial detainee in Indiana in history. The methodology employed by the justice system is one of first impression, and therefore the circumstances created by this methodology should not be part of any consideration of his guilt or innocence. The system of pretrial detention employed against Richard Allen runs afoul of the 5th and 6th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution and of Article 1, Section 14 of the Indiana Constitution, and it is for these reasons that any and all incriminating statements made by Allen while incarcerated should be suppressed. Period.
Very good.
He's innocent, but as Judge Gull should know, when it comes to her decision making, she really had a duty to make decisions that were based on well-established law and like case law and precedent, and she's supposed to be at least relatively considerate of the U.S. Constitution and decisions that she makes and evidence that she admitted. And had Judge Gull not telegraphed her bias for the state early on, maybe they wouldn't have known that they'd get, maybe they wouldn't have mistreated him, because no other judge would tolerate this shit.
No, for sure. They, gave it's almost like was taken as a, approval or. And I can't understand why. It's so obvious, and I think we're so used to it by now, so we take it for granted. Oh yeah, that's what Gull, that's what Judge Gull is. That's what she does. But why?
I don't know, but it's shameful.
She believes. It's almost like you can tell that she sides with them. It's very obvious to me. It was very obvious that she thinks that Rick is guilty, that she doesn't concern herself with his rights at all.
No.
But why?
I don't know. I wish I did. And Andrea said, I think last night or the night before, her kind of 10,000 view takeaway or interpretation of Gull and the why she's conducting everything this way. Andrea seems to really think that it has to do with her disdain and contempt for the defense, particularly as Andrea sees it, Mr. Baldwin. And I could see a judge being I could see someone being so hateful and vindictive and having, wanting so bad for, like, I don't know, just revenge, retaliation. I don't know. Like, is it about anything other than that? Does she even think about whether Rick is innocent or guilty or is getting a fair trial, or does she just hate? Yeah, she hates the defense so much she'll do anything to make them lose. And I think we're seeing this all over. Like, most people who are the most hateful, like Rick Allen guilters, I don't think they really care if he's guilty or innocent. They're not interested in the evidence or the facts of the case. They just hate us. Like,
For sure. Yeah, for sure. And they like just take, Judge Gold's every word. They can't even consider, right? Even think about that Rick's basic rights are being violated. And it would be terrifying to be him, right? Or his family. And if they ever found themselves even in the 10% of the situation that Rick is facing, they would be horrified.
uh-huh.
In any other case, they would be screaming, about injustice.
Yeah.
So Judge Gall, in a way, she's promoting that, right? She's like adding fuel to that fire. She doesn't understand what kind of responsibility she has
Right.
on her shoulders. And she really, 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 for whatever reason, she doesn't like Andy. You can just tell. She has a lot more, I don't know, respect, or she can handle Brad a lot more than she can handle. Like, you can just tell that she has very short circuit for Andy. Whatever history, maybe, other cases. I don't know what it is, but she just does not like him. But that clouds her judgment.
Yes. Yep. I agree with you. And I think, like, I've said this before, and this is not, by the way, this is not like a diagnostic opinion. I'm just saying, like, she seems to have some narcissistic traits as a lay person, not clinically, but just observationally. She seems to have some narcissistic tendencies. And for people who do sometimes, this quote I'm getting it wrong, but basically, like, to a narcissist or to somebody like Judge Cole, the truth, like reality and the truth and authenticity, is a personal attack. Like, she sees Andy Baldwin's humanity and gentleness and the way that he can relate to the jury, and I think you saw it firsthand. Like, he's a person who is he just gives off, like, authenticity, and he's open, and he's, like, vulnerable, right? Like, he's all out there about his thoughts and his feelings, and he doesn't play games. He's not, like, prideful. And to somebody like Gull, who's basically the opposite of all of those things, she sees somebody like Andy, she hates him. She detests all of those characteristics. She sees them as weakness, and it sickens her. And I don't know what happened. I don't know anything about her upbringing or what happened to her in her life, but it's really scary to think that a judge who makes decisions about someone's life is making decisions based on how personally disgusted she is by people who are different.
Being a judge, I'm sure, is not easy. And she's been a judge for a long time, and she has seen horrible crimes, right? And I'm sure a majority, we all know most people, not all, but most people in those courtrooms, they're probably guilty, at least of some of the crimes, right?
Sure.
So she has seen, and it just dehumanized her in a way, the sensitivity of it, right? Like, I don't think she can feel empathy. Like, I look at her and I'm like, I don't think she can feel empathy.
No, she's just cold. She's just, like, hardened.
Hardened, yes.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, because she watched all the videos, right? All the videos that the jury watched. Did she watch them?
I don't know if she really watched them, but I
But
don't
they were
know. I
showed in
don't
front
know.
of her. Yeah. So like,
Yeah, and I
I
keep
don't know.
thinking like she gave that order, like when she called the defense attorneys liars, right? That they lied, and she was angry about it. That how they tried to convince everybody that Rick was mistreated. And now looking back, it was June 15th, right? And now that we know all the dates, I mean, he was in a horrible state. So those attorneys were literally fighting for his life. And how it felt to them that the judge just kind of like, oh, you just liars, you're lying about it. I mean, it probably felt awful, helpless. And I wonder what she thinks now, looking at those videos. I wonder if it even crosses her mind,
Yeah.
were they not being honest with me? Maybe even Nick. Did Nick see all those videos? From what I understand, his face wasn't very, was pretty loud as far as, his stress when he was watching the video. Maybe he never even seen
I don't
more
think
than,
he did. Yeah. I think
yeah.
that I do think that the level of, and I do agree with this too. QB says, well then, if she's so hard and so cold and so all those things, and it's time for her to step down. I agree with that too. I think that in certain professions, like even in social work, like in child welfare, or a lot of times people who see like the worst depravity and the worst of humanity on a regular basis, like there is a certain like insensitivity that you develop as a
Yes.
survival mechanism, because you have to in order to do your job effectively in a lot of cases. But if you're unable to turn on your sense of empathy enough to turn off your bias, like if it's blinding you from seeing the truth and from making fair determinations, and if it's preventing you from doing your job, like you need to step down. It's time. There's no shit. And I feel like Judge Cole is someone she's so prideful
You
and
can't see
ego.
it. You have to see it, right? You have to understand it. You have to see it and say, hey, maybe it's, I need to retire. I'm not doing
Yeah.
a good job. I'm not adding to what, she probably believes in laws and constitution, and she has a lot of pride of being a judge, but she can't see that she's hurting
Right.
our constitution and her state and
Oh, right.
people of the state.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really, Judge Cole of all people should be incensed at what the state has done, because they've violated her orders over and over and over by withholding discovery and violating her rules and accessing ex parte motions and all of these things, and lying to her in motions. This Nick has lied to her in motions. He said so many things that have been proven to be false. And of all people, Judge Gold should take the most issue with that, because
100%. The deleted interviews alone, how long that took to reveal to the court, even that, like, that's a day one type of issue. Like, and he hid that from not only the defense but the court. And like, I don't understand where she's coming from, that she's just thinks that's okay.
I don't know.
Maybe there's a bigger agenda. Maybe there's something bigger. And of course, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but where else does your mind go?
Right.
There's a
They're completely to blame
bigger
for
goal.
anybody that like is suspicious of this type of thing, because that doesn't make sense. Like, where's the reprimand? Where's the repercussions for lying like that and hiding that from the court? Like, what's
Maybe
going on
protecting
here?
bigger people and bigger agenda, that in her mind, just sacrificing Rick Allen for it, she's saving a lot more for the state and for the people. I don't know. That's the only place where your mind can go. There's a bigger goal, something bigger to protect.
I just want to pause just to say hello. Hammy has joined the chat, our good friend Hammy.
Hi.
If you don't follow Hammy on Twitter, I will link Hammy, but welcome, friend.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. It's
Okay,
so good
cool.
to hear your voice.
Hi.
Hi. How do
Thank
you
you for
feel?
sending me the link.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, Fiend. How are you doing?
Hi, Amy.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi, Oksana.
Good to hear you.
Me too.
How do you-
Yeah, I don't have anything to say right now, but I'll jump
Okay.
in as soon as somebody says something.
Perfect. Happy you're here. Lurk, listen. I love you. Oksana, I agree with you. I think there is something bigger. And honestly, now I'm wondering if, certain people have been given certain, specific like directives or instructions, and maybe what they're protecting, because I've noticed Gull has gotten worse as this has gone on. And I'm wondering if what she's supposed to be protecting is DOC. Like,
I also wonder that that's because that goes. I mean, that's kind of the logical conclusion of based on in retrospect and knowing what we know now and seeing what we've seen as far as what's come out and like how attentive they were to, like they were sensitive to the risk that they incurred by acting that way. That would be my assumption, is that this goes to the state, it goes to the
yes.
AG, it's IDOC, and
And the AG, because IDOC and AG and everything. I mean, the AG signs off on a lot of this, even though
right.
maybe not in name, but they do. And we saw a lot of attorneys file a lot of appearances throughout this case, specifically involving DOC and
And it's interesting that he tried to get involved. I mean, he did get involved with Gull's
Yep.
with the
writ.
with the OA, yeah.
Yep.
Like so like you can kind of connect the dots there.
Yeah, and I think about why Gull changed her tune about the defense so wildly. They filed that emergency safekeeping order in April and literally blew the whistle, and they exposed things about IDOC and her defendant. That, can you imagine the damage control and the crisis that created within DOC and the H and basically all of the powers that be surround in and around that orbit? Like 5-alarm fire. This is a big fucking deal. The things they're alleging are war crime type offenses. And Judge Gull was supposed, I mean, this is her case. So the lack of oversight that she clearly had, the lack of intervention that should have happened far sooner, and the fact that the attorneys, they didn't ask her permission before they filed that. They didn't have to, but she probably would have preferred they did. I mean, I think that was a turning point in this case when they realized what DOC was doing to Rick and what needed to be done to interrupt it. I don't think the defense attorneys had a choice. I think had they not gone public with this, and with the Franks memo too, had they not made those really drastic, kind of histrionic or like erratic decisions to go public, Rick would be dead.
I mean, one of the things that kind of got under her skin early was that tort. Like
he filed that a week after
connect the dots. There's a consistent thread throughout here. It's IDOC. It's IDOC it's IDOC's liability.
100%. And what that means because IDOC is not just IDOC. Like I know that we all know this, but like you've got you've got IDOC. The Indiana City Police Superintendent has a role in oversight of IDOC. I don't know what it is, but I know that there is some kind of they all overlap. Everybody's ass is on the line in some way because of what has happened and what has transpired, and the fact that nobody, like Rosie said in his closing, and that motion I just read, the end where he talks about strangling a confession out of someone, it makes so much sense why he used that Python image at the end. He has seen more than any of us. He's been inside. He has seen more than any of us can even. I mean, we have ideas of what it's like, but Rosie has been on the front lines of this battle since day one. And you can tell that he's a former corrections officer. I don't know if everybody knows that, but Rosie was a corrections officer for DOC.
I heard that. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and so I mean, if he takes issue with how they're with what's going on, like I'm going to trust his judgment and he has clearly been seriously impacted and affected and disturbed by how this has gone down. And
Oh, you can tell. I think it's changed them as people. You know, I think for the
100%.
rest, you can just see it in their faces. You see their videos. You know, watch the video of Andy. You know, 2 years ago, he has aged, and not necessarily physically. I don't think like older. Like his eyes, you can just see a man who is just went through this heaviness, right? There's like this. You can tell both of them that they know they're carrying a huge load.
Yeah, I agree with
There's
that.
a huge weight.
Yes, Rosie was a corrections officer. I don't know how long or when Fiend, or I think DB knows more. There's probably people in here who do know, but he was 100% a corrections officer for years, at least a couple like years. Maybe not like lifelong. He's an attorney, obviously, but he was a corrections officer. And he has law enforcement in his family. Like he's not. It was 2005, 2006 or something, a long while ago. Yeah. But I mean, he was also a PI, says somebody. Before deliberation, can the jury talk if there's a question? They can talk to each other. But yeah, any amount of time, somebody like Rosie who has gone like to bat against DOC, and maybe that's why he is so indignant and so confident and direct when he's like talking to the warden and interviewing the warden and the COs and everything. Like he knows what goes on inside DOC. He knows how the system works and how it operates, and he takes issue with it. Probably motivated his career getting into being a defense lawyer. I could absolutely see that. I think, and like it's so like people can go like one of two ways. I mean, people are dynamic, but it's just interesting how some people who like get into corrections or get into, I don't know, some people who get into corrections go see how people are treated and the injustice and the overreach of the state, and they're so impacted by it and so disturbed by it that they go one way, right? They become a defense attorney, or they stay in the system and they make every effort to improve it, right? And to correct that. And then other people like the warden Gallipoux or Judge Gold or these corrections officers like Dr. Martin, who's been a corrections doctor for 40 years, like they see it and they go the other way. It makes them like inhuman almost, like they're incapable of being disturbed by things. It just like they go the total opposite way, and it just makes them worse. And I don't know what determines that.
The reform, we need a complete, like there's somebody like Dr. Walla, she's like a teen. I don't understand how she has PhD. I don't understand. She reminded me of a teenager.
She does not have a PhD.
I don't think she has a PhD.
She's a psychologist. She has to, I thought.
She has a doctor. It's a doctorate of psychology.
She's a D-Psych. Okay.
It's a PsyD.
Oh.
So, but it's not a PhD.
Well, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
It's significant.
It was misreported.
It's significantly less study. It's more of a hands-on type of doctorate, but it's not.
But that's even more terrifying.
She is not a PhD.
Yeah,
she is not an MD. So
like I know
it was reported as PhD. That's why I was shocked.
So when she brings it up, she says she has her doctorate, and people
okay,
she knows that people
regardless,
think
she's got through a doctoral program.
Right, but she knows people will think that's a PhD, but it's not.
Well, regardless,
that's like somebody going to law school and saying they're a doctorate.
Right,
which it kind of is, but
yeah.
And it terrifies me because I mean, I think like semantics of it. Regardless, I know some PhDs so I know some PhDs who do all of their research, as PhDs do, who also have like direct hands-on interaction and experience with the subjects of whether it's people or systems or whatever. Like they have that hands-on experience. They're engaged with and interacted with it. They're not just sitting in an office researching without, because you have to experience the things that you're researching too. And I know some PhDs who all they do is research. They never work they don't have patient-facing time, and that's bothersome a little bit, because I think you need to understand, But then you've got like someone like Dr. Walla, who doesn't have a PhD, whatever she has, a doctorate, but like she is.
She should not be in that role. She should not be in that role.
She's working with such vulnerable people. It's terrifying.
She acted like a stubborn, defiant teenager. Like she has no business to be around mentally ill people, especially in those conditions, in prison. I mean, that's where we should start, with some kind of understanding who should be taking care of those people in prison, right? And that they are human regardless of their crime. The whole solitary confinement, right? You put a dog for 14 days in a locked room, right? And just bring them food, even, and just, the dog will go crazy. It is so inhumane. Any animal will go nuts being locked up in the room alone. And we're talking about a human. I don't know how anybody can think it's okay.
Well, and that's the part of like what.
I mean, I think that's part of, Dr. Martin basically clearly came out and said, yeah, I don't think that's okay. But he's also like laughing about it, like, well, what can you do? It's IDOC. I mean, that was certainly his attitude towards it. Like when he was laughing, I mean, it was like a helpless, nervous laughter. Like, I mean, like, are you serious? Like, I mean, don't come after me for this. Like, this is just the way things are, I just work here,
Mm-hmm. Well, and Fian, you said that I would say you are a more middle of the road when it comes to like, you can give credit to the state for a good argument, and you can justifiably credit. Oh, y'all, look at what you did. You did it. We got below 50%. Yay. That's amazing.
You guys fucking rule, dude.
You guys are awesome. God, that's funny. So like you and I have conversations about stuff like this all the time. And I would say that you are probably a more measured, like middle of the road. You can make those like, you can compartmentalize maybe a little bit more than I can at certain times. And even you were like pretty horrified by Dr. Martin's, just his conduct on the stand, like how he was like laughing. It just felt really inappropriate and weird to you, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, it was. I mean, I think that's objectively, like, it was very disconcerting. I have a hard time thinking that any of the jurors were not like, what is going on here?
Right. And somebody like that who behaves that way on the stand in front of a jury and the public and the judge in a trial, when they're showing video, like somebody who behaves like that, who's been in his field for 40 years, who should have a better handle on his conduct and his.
I mean, to be fair, part of it is probably cultural, but it's, I mean, I think it should have been pretty clear to most people in the courtroom that this is basically a hired gun. Like their psychiatrists are hired guns. They're just there to fill the scripts.
Right. Right. And that's scary. Like, I would argue Dr. Martin's lack of interaction with Rick, given what he was prescribing him and the total authority, is almost more concerning than Walla's over interaction with Rick. Like, Both of
Oh,
them.
to me, it will. I mean, I think the MDs, like they need to be held to like a high standard and doing no harm, and like that, like you trust these people in our society to act right. And I mean, it's kind of horrifying, like the lack of involvement that he had to then just, like just write all these prescriptions, probably not just to Rick Allen, probably to hundreds of other inmates, or offenders. Well, I mean, Rick's not an inmate or offender, but he's all the rest of them. I mean, they're still patients, and I mean, they just aren't getting what is an appropriate like
Do you think
standard
people
of
understand?
Western medicine and how you should like evaluate somebody before you prescribe them like serious drugs.
What
Do you think people understand what it did to Rick? I think a part of maybe somebody's, you can tell that Rick, I mean, he's doing much better compared to when I saw him in May, right? But there's still, like, to me, there is like a scared animal. Like, he is broken. He doesn't look scary. He doesn't look evil. He just looks like broken on so many levels. And it's just, it's horrifying to see. But do you think some people, and maybe on the jury, they look at him and like, there's something wrong with him, and they don't connect it to the
abuse?
To abuse. Clearly, to me, there's no question that what he went through, he's a different person. I don't know, even he's out, it's going to take him years to recover, if ever, right? That Haldol, whatever else it was, and how much do we know for sure how much they injected him with, right? That's terrifying to think what they did to a person in 2 years.
I know. And most of it happened like something happened between the time Rosie requested to move him out of DOC, like early February, until the confessions started, or I kind of identify his deterioration probably started around the time Rosie really started trying to move him, and DOC saw that they might be losing their grasp on this guy. He might be transferred. Like, I imagine that made people quite nervous, losing control of their suspect. I don't know when I think there's probably definitely a correlation between how they treated Rick. And I don't just mean medically or whatever, I just mean how he was treated in IDOC and his deterioration. Like, okay, y'all. So I have to switch over to my hotspot really quick somehow. I'm going to keep the stream going, and I don't think it'll interrupt any of y'all, but I'll probably pop out for like 5 minutes if that's okay.
Oh,
sounds good.
Okay, sorry, y'all. Thank you, though. I'll be back.
Yeah.
I have some thoughts on Walla. It's Hammy, by the way.
Hi, Hammy. Go for it.
Hi. Just if anybody was like, I don't recognize that voice. Some of you might know, but I'm actually a graduate student. And I am just not surprised by the lack of empathy of some of these people, especially people with I don't know. It's been kind of a meme that's gone around in like graduate school circles, which is a PhD is an important qualitatively everything prospective employers need to know. And I don't know, just like, I know that it can seem shocking that people that are in charge of taking care of other people's health are acting this way. I don't know. Like, to me, this is not a new thing. Oh no, am I going in and out?
A little bit.
Can people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you for the most
Okay.
part. There's like a couple times you were
Okay.
going in
Yeah,
and
I
out.
just
But we heard, I think.
let me
I think
try
we
to
heard
change
everything.
my networks.
Yep.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
So I mean, it isn't surprising, and it goes to, I mean, regardless of what your level of education and how you should be,
Yeah, I don't know. I
treat your
just had to share.
yeah, how like what your duties should be, given your education and your responsibilities. Like at the end of the day, like everybody's an employee, like, and
Yeah.
that's the same with the journalists. Like they have their standards, but at the end of the day, they work for a corporation, and these
Yeah.
doctors, they work for corporations. Like they have to follow their orders. Like that's just how society works, and like it's not great, because you get into bad situations where if you're directed to do bad things are going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I know that it's pretty devastating, and a lot of people are kind of realizing that there is a sense of institutional violence that I think is very easy to see in this case, where it's just like the power of the state just crushing down on somebody is really scary. And I think a lot of people are being exposed to that kind of truth. And I think a lot of it also just comes from people just kind of working through the bureaucracy and not really saying anything. And that's just really scary. I've been through, I know Ange knows this, but I've had I've had to deal with somebody like Gola in my life. And that was just like a horrible situation where it was just like late career woman that was just like, everybody was like, is something wrong? And everybody knew that something was wrong, but nobody was really saying anything. And so, yeah, I know that this must be really scary, I think, for people to kind of come to terms with. So there's that I wanted to say. And then the second thing is, so at least like from my personal experience, like I said, I'm a graduate student. And my partner is also a graduate student. He's a graduate student at the Harvard Medical School. We live in Boston, and he's in the bioethics program there. And he comes back every day and is like, you won't believe the shit some of these doctors have said. And like that, one of the biggest things that he's learned is how a lot of doctors, like a lot of these people, they've been practicing for some years and then come back to graduate school. And just like, I completely agree with what Ange has said, which is you need a level of detachment to be dealing with this kind of trauma every day. And that can certainly like hurt people and really kind of like close off their hearts. And yeah, I don't know, just like, I think those two experiences from having somebody kind of deal with that side of bioethics, and then also my experience being in graduate school and kind of just dealing with institutional violence in that type of way. Yeah, like none of this is new to me, and I know that it can be traumatizing for a lot of people to, I guess, realize like what communities of color have been dealing with, or how tough the state can be. That's all.
Yeah, unfortunately, it has to come from the top, right? If the state, if our government condones this kind of behavior and treatment of our citizens, then people, those employees in prison, they're not going to feel any kind of heavy weight that comes with it, right? If that kind of behavior is condoned and nobody's going to do anything about it, then they're just going to feel emboldened. And what was that documentary filmed in the 50s where they wanted to like investigate the whole World War II and what happened during Holocaust, and there was somebody who was sitting with like some kind of electric shock device, right? And if the authority figure tells you it's okay to shock another human being and you continue to do it and increase the voltage or whatever, they totally did not feel any kind of guilt or questioned it because the authority told them it's okay to do it. They didn't have any kind of personal bad feelings towards
I mean, it
the
also goes.
human, right?
It also goes to like, I mean, the argument people make about cops and like, sure, not all cops are bad, but like, if the good cops let the bad cops get away with stuff, like, then they are all bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So how do we change it? I don't know. I think that we need to start. I think we need to pay more attention. I never really paid too much attention into like local elections, right? I think that's where it all starts, really paying attention.
Well,
Yeah, and it's hard, like, I don't know. I think that it's hard to be outraged all the time. Like, I understand that it's
It
easy to
is.
disconnect and just not pay attention. I think, like, for me personally, the way that I've been trying to go through things is like, if I was in that situation, like, would that experience radicalize me in a certain kind of way? And if I can say yes, then I'm like, okay, like, I'll support whatever you're going through without me having to put in the emotional work of, I don't know, feeling outraged all the time. And just supporting people.
Hammy, relatable.
Yeah, it's a lot of energy. And there's just a lot to pay attention to. Especially like I said, like, I live here in Boston, and just like, I talk to so many people about Karen Reed and nobody knows anything about it, which I think is kind of funny. And even though there's like that happened in a community nearby. And so, yeah, kind of interesting. I was looking up, somebody shared something about a blood experiment. I don't know where that went.
Are you talking about like the blood spatter expert?
Oh no, I think that they're
Oh, the
I
infected.
think I lost the comment. I don't know where it's at, but just like looking up some infected blood experiment bioethics thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw about the monkeys that just
Yes.
Oh my god. Hold on.
It's-
For anybody who doesn't know, I have to
please
read
look
this.
up the medical ethics in the U.S. infected blood scandal.
40 monkeys escaped South Carolina research facility. Residents advised to secure their homes and close windows. That this
You know,
just
it's the
happened.
same lab where remember Egg Lady from Murdoch trial? She worked
Egg
at
Lady.
Egg Lady. Did you watch Alec Murdoch trial? Did you follow it? There was the Egg Lady juror. She worked at that monkey lab.
Oh,
It's
did
kind of
you?
funny.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh wow. The Egg Lady. Oh my gosh.
Remember Egg Lady?
Oh yeah, I remember Egg Lady.
I know people are talking here about the Stanford prison experiment, but have you guys ever heard about that Stanford one where they like sent people that were not mentally ill into, like, they institutionalized them,
Oh god.
and that they were just like, just act yourself, like, you're like, there's nothing wrong with you, but just go in there and just like act like yourself. And all of them were like diagnosed with like heavy like mental illness stuff, and they were like institutionalized for a really long time.
Right.
And then Stanford
not
was
surprised
like researchers at Stanford were like, oh no, we were just like, that was an experiment and we were just kidding, and you guys missed the fact that we sent 8 people that there was nothing wrong with. And then later the hospital was like, oh well, we didn't know, so send people again, that so that like we can actually see whether we can get it right this time. And then a few months later they're like, okay, we determined the 10 that you guys sent that were not mentally ill. And Stanford was like, oh, we actually never sent people again. Like, you guys are just, I don't know, you just kind of fall into that mindset where
just imagine, Rick, right? Also you have to think about somebody who's not prepared for it at all. Like let's say somebody's going to prison and they're going through the whole process, right? And they have some time to mentally prepare that they're going to prison. he was, what did Andy say? I think in the open, like Tuesday evening, he's on the couch watching a movie with his wife and his dog. Wednesday, he is in prison, right? Or in solitary confinement 2 days later or something. There's no preparation, there's no in between, right? You have a normal life and then you're in solitary confinement. Never having been in prison or jail even for one night. It is unbelievable. It's hard to imagine. I can't say that I can even imagine what it feels like.
Yeah.
And everybody's treating you like you are a baby killer. And nobody, I'm sure they didn't let him talk to and used the phone calls with Kathy as a kind of reward, right?
Yeah, like leverage.
The tablet, broken tablet. I'm sure there's a lot of pressure and mental just anguish. And it's just so terrifying to think that it can happen here in this country.
Yeah.
And not 50 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And how many people now, made me want to like go and volunteer in some kind of prison. Are there any programs that we can get like once a month, once a week, whatever, just go and just be there. I don't know, bring some books or talk, just, I don't know if it's even a possibility, but that's never thought about it in my life until now.
Mm.
And the fall of, I don't know, any change always in the history of
Yeah, I believe there are
the world.
volunteer programs that people can get involved if you're
Oh,
interested in that sort of
maybe we
thing. I
need
think
to,
there's
I'm
like,
gonna look into it and
I know
maybe
there's a lot of like,
share.
at least there's a lot of literacy ones, or you can go like read with prisoners. But I think there's a multitude of options. A lot of churches will get involved with that kind of work as well.
Interesting. Have
We
you
kind
guys
of
seen those
forget, right?
programs where it's like they let prisoners adopt cats?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I've seen
saw
that
something
too,
about
or
That
or
seems
dogs
so
some
cool.
too.
dogs as
It
well.
is.
Like where there's well, there's one famous one where like I think it was I think it was a volunteer that like worked with bringing the dogs in, and then she helped the guy escape. So it was a crazy story.
That's wild.
It was really crazy. Like she used that position to help the guy escape, and it was a whole big thing, obviously.
Thank you for sharing that Criminal Network. Criminal Network wrote, I've been in almost every psych hospital in LA. 72-hour holds aren't real.
72 hours hold are not real.
Oh, are
They are real.
oh, did I
Yeah.
read that wrong?
72,
Are
so
real.
only 72 at a time. Yeah, 72 hours. See.
I had a long story. There was somebody that was there, one of my friends, their partners was like wanting to unalive themselves, and I did not know what to do. And it's not funny. It's not funny, but I did not know what to do. It was actually like near Canton, Massachusetts, like where this whole Karen Reed stuff is. And so I drive over because I don't know what to do. And I decided to call the suicide hotline to see what to do because I was stressing out. This was like about a year ago, like this time. And the suicide hotline hung up on me like without picking up the phone multiple times. And I didn't know until recently that happens to people all the time, which is so crazy to know. Just like it just kind of goes like it just beeps after nobody picks up. That was a crazy experience for me to go through.
I've heard that before as well.
Yeah. And yeah, the Canton police, I was like, can I file a report? And the Canton police were like, nope. It was horrible. It was a horrible experience. But Oh my God, post-punk mama. OMG, have you ever called a crisis line on a holiday? There's no one to help. That sounds wild. I'm also just so grateful for people that are suicide hotline. I just call 911 on myself. Makes sense. I'm just also so thankful for people that are like willing to do this work. I know that I saw somebody coming at Andrea today on a tweet that was like, how can she like talk about Libby and Abby with like so detached and she doesn't even care. And it's
I
just
saw
like,
that. That was
you
all
know,
great.
I'm just so thankful that there are people that are willing to do that kind of work, because I'm not. Like that just, I work on climate policy, not working with people. And this just seems really wild to just have to do this every day for work. So I'm so thankful for people that are doctors or that are doing law stuff.
Dealing with people, I mean, that's the hardest. I'm sure, and every one of us can probably attest to it. Working with people is a lot more difficult, right? Than
Yeah.
working with numbers or machines, or but it's the most important thing in anyone's life is how we treat others. And I think the more we become aware of the importance of treating people with respect and understanding that everybody's having, on some level, having a hard day, and finding, seeking out opportunities to affect another person's life in a positive, the more we think about it, the more we're gonna, I think it can become very infectious. I know that's, this case, and, it just brought a lot of empathy in me. And I'm grateful for meeting you all and sharing that, in this community, because it made me a better person. Made me think of things that I didn't think before, eye-opening.
Yeah, I agree.
So what do you guys think? Hammy, what do you think about why are they taking so long?
Oh my goodness, I don't know. I was like, oh, it'll surely be. I agree 100% with what you were saying, where it's like, okay, if you look at the rules, there's no way that he can be found guilty.
Do you agree? Like, you look at the rules of the jury instruction, there's no way.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you, but I know people don't agree with us.
I mean, I think also, we're getting things secondhand. We're not seeing the exhibits and the evidence. And I think that it's pretty reasonable to be like, take a closer look at some of this stuff. Like, is there anything there with the bullet? Like that's probably important to them. And they might want to spend a little bit of extra time, like actually looking at that with their own eyes. Cause some of this stuff was kind
just to
of
be sure.
It was glossed over and gone through quickly. And maybe you want to consider it a little bit more and just like see if there's any there or if really you're like, I don't know, man. I think
I agree. I think for me that would have been probably the biggest, confessions. Depending on a person, of course. To me, confessions really didn't amount to much. I was before the trial, I was fully kind of still on the fence, and I thought we'll hear some confessions. I was waiting for the confessions, and when I realized he's on camera 24/7, but somehow, right, when he was talking to Dr. Walla, he was just not on camera, and that biggest confession that state says is that he confessed to her. It's not on camera. It's just something he told her, right? So it's such a hearsay. And then what he did say on the phone to Kathy and his mom, it is so, did I do it? But who if not me? Like, it's just so obvious that it's just somebody in psychosis. During the time they were, injecting him with the Haldol, right? So how can you even consider those being valid confessions if he was being injected with antipsychotic drugs. They should have never been admitted. And I think jury's going to dismiss it as easier than a bullet.
I agree on you on the shouldn't have been admitted. I was talking to somebody recently that they do research, like bioethics research on postpartum psychosis. And so they've been working with, I guess, doing a case study on the Lindsay Clancy case, if anybody's heard of that. That's here in Boston. And yeah, I was telling them, so they practice at mental hospitals. And I was telling them about this case. Of course, like, you don't want to start sounding wild and bringing in Odinism all of a sudden. So this was over dinner, and I was talking to him and his partner, and they both work in mental hospitals. And I was like telling them about the confessions, and then I brought up the fact that he was on Haldol, and they were both so outraged that those would be admissible in court. And just seeing somebody that, like, I don't know, that just works in that setting, just being like, that is basically like a chemical lobotomy. Like, how can those even be admissible? It was pretty eye-opening to me, because I've just never had experience with something like that.
And I think that I mean, even though the pillars of the state's case are, like, on the surface are weak. I mean, I would be willing to, like, give those some weight if they really, like, were strong. Like, if you look at the bullet and you got, like, very visibly matching, like, patterns, like, I would weigh that as a certain amount. If you've got confessions and they match up to the circumstances, like pretty well, like, not even just something only, it's not even just something only the killer would know, but, like, if you had explanations for, like, what happened, but, like, those don't exist, like, on the confession level, like, there's no answers for going across the creek and throwing the clothes in the water, and like, how both girls were killed simultaneously, or dragging the body. Like, why didn't Abby grab her throat? Like, was she restrained, or, like, what happened? Like, there's no explanation of what happened in these quote unquote confessions. They're just very, very weak. But I mean, they might have to go through them a little bit closer and just see that for themselves. I mean, I'd be willing to do that if I was on a jury, and to kind of go through them again, and reconsider. But I mean, I think that it's pretty obvious that they're not good. Like, they don't have any explanation for what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ina says lacking in details. Yeah, you would expect more. Like, if they were legit, and then given the circumstances of how they came about, like, I mean, there's your explanation for what was going on.
Yeah.
And also the other things that he confessed to that were proven to not be true things. That there's your whole substantiating that these are false. But trying to read Arnhem's tweets.
No, I wonder if they went to lunch yet.
I just saw a tweet from Bob Segal that said that they're not reporting on when they go to lunch and when they come back and whatnot. We
don't know if they had any questions. I'm sure they're not bringing audience back in for questions.
Typically, if there's a jury, I mean, in trials that I've watched, if there's a jury question, they do call in the court, not the jury, but the
they call the attorneys back in and open up the court. It's an open court session, and then they litigate whether that's they're able to answer that question or not answer that question. So I would expect that we would hear if there's a jury question. I'm not sure what questions there would be unless their question is specifically related
Watching
to
the video.
Well,
Watching
I
the
think,
video.
yeah, I mean, there could be a question about like, hey, can we look at this or that, but like they it's probably gonna be no. They're gonna have what they already have. But I think that there might be a question that like, hey, what do we do if like we can't agree? Like,
Yeah, those.
like and if there is a hung jury, like a hung jury that they typically will come back and say, hey, we can't agree, and then typically the judge will kick it back to them and be like, well, here's the instructions, you've got to be unanimous in coming to this. And if they come back again, or at some point there will be the Allen charge, as far as that's basically a last chance to come to an agreement on it. And if they don't, once you read that, if they don't agree, then you kind of have to let
Allen
it go.
charge. Allen charge, isn't it funny?
Yeah, so then you have to let it go and just accept that it's a hung jury. Until she reads the Allen charge, they're still on the clock and they're still expected to come to a unanimous verdict.
Yeah, and Karen Reed trial, I think they sent them back once before they gave him that
Yeah,
charge. I think it's called
that's
something
right. I
different.
think they sent them back once, and then they still came back, and then like usually one side or the other will say that we want you to read the Allen charge, and the judge is usually willing to do that after they've already come back at least one time previously. I mean, I don't know. Often it's the defense that pushes for reading that, because a hung jury is not a conviction, and you go for that. But in like this circumstance, like I do feel like a hung jury is more of a win for the state than it is for Rick Allen.
I agree.
But I mean, it's all strategy, because like you also
Well,
don't
maybe
want
they won't
you also
retry
don't
him.
want
I
you
think.
also don't want a conviction.
Well, for them it could be also like, let's say if it's split is very, or favors, let's say, defense, right?
Well,
it
you
could be
don't
to them.
that nobody in the room knows that.
No, I just mean they will find out, right? Let's say it's a hung jury and then there's only 2 holdouts for the guilty. Will the state retry him? I think especially with the speedy trial or whatever, if they request speedy trial, will they go through it again?
I think it's extremely unlikely that they wouldn't retry him. I think that there's a fraction of a chance that maybe they would drop it if it's like like an 11-1 split or something like that. Maybe like they'll realize that they just don't have anything on this guy, but I think that's very unlikely. I think that they're very likely to.
You think they want to go through this
try.
again?
Yeah, I mean, if they try again, typically they won't try a third time, but who knows in this case? I mean, there have been very few circumstances where the state continues to try somebody like over and over before they finally let it go. But
I hope they test that hair.
I mean, what they
more.
really need is a not guilty. That's what Rick Allen really needs, is a not guilty. Like they have to win.
Bean, can I ask you some questions about Indiana?
Sure. I'm not necessarily an Indiana expert, but I've lived here quite a while.
Okay, I guess just my first question is, I was really shocked to find out that it was on Eastern Standard Time. So is it all of Indiana that's on Eastern Standard Time?
Most of it.
Okay.
Near Chicago is on Central, like the region area, northwestern Indiana. And then there might be another portion in the South. I'm not really sure. But yeah, most of it's on Eastern.
So does that include like Michigan and Kentucky?
Well, those are different states.
Yeah, but like, sorry, are those also like?
Yeah, I believe that those are also Eastern.
Interesting.
I'm not sure if they might, Kentucky might have the same sort of situation where part of it's Central, maybe. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I'm definitely not a Kentucky or Michigan expert.
Okay. And then my question was, do you think it gets colder in Indiana than in New York City?
Probably. I'm not sure exactly. I mean,
I don't think so.
It gets cold.
Yeah, because it seems like it gets like cold.
Not in the last couple of years. We've had, I think even the snow, I think we had like 1 or 2 snow events that didn't really have that much snow.
Right. Well, climate change is.
Right. But New York too. I don't know how in New York maybe warmer too.
Yeah, I don't monitor the New York weather all that close.
It was beautiful there yesterday, so as soon as Jury left, I was gonna wait with everybody, but then I've never been to the bridge. So I went to the bridge and it's surreal, to see no matter how many pictures or videos you've seen, it's nothing like seeing it with your own eyes.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I should just like openly say it, but it could be my watching through my lens, but seeing, especially on the left-hand side, so you're going up the trail, I don't know whose property that is on the left.
On the left side, mirrors.
Yeah.
Property.
Once you go into,
there's trails that go in there, and it didn't used to have signs. They only put those up this year.
Right.
And that
well, right
used to
before
be
the
like,
bridge, right? Right
yeah,
before
so
the
there used to
bridge.
be so there's trails all in there too, and like I always
Now
thought
it says private property.
Yeah,
So whose property?
I always thought it was a public trails. It was just an extension of the same trail, but it's technically private property.
So there's so I'm not sure, and it could be it just could be me, but Fiend, if I send you a picture, can you share it? Do you have access, or how do I?
I don't know how to do that. You can put it as your avatar picture, but it'll be small.
I don't know how to. Okay, I don't know how can I. No, I can't. Well, when Ange comes back, I send her a picture.
DB is the
DB is he on?
I don't know. Probably not.
But anyway, there's some things in those woods. I don't know. I want everybody to see this picture and let me know if you think it's just.
There's a deer stand over in there. At least one. There's also, there's some random stuff over there.
There's some strange things, like it's almost like it's so private, after dark nobody goes there, right? So it's almost like a private little city.
There's DB.
Hey, there she is. Hi, Angie.
I'm so sorry. I told you we have like.
No, good. We had good discussions.
Cut out for a second, but I should be back. For holding it down. Oops.
Well, if you need me to upload it, you can post it in chat or Twitter.
A couple pictures, Angie. A couple pictures that I sent you yesterday.
Yeah, please share.
Do you think it's okay? I don't to share it in that.
Privacy. No, yeah, they're spooky. I would love for you to share them.
Well, I don't think I can. I can send it to you in chat, maybe. Can you show it? Yeah. Because I don't know if I'm just seeing something because of what I know about the case, and it's just how the branches fell. Well, you tell me what you think.
Oh yeah, if it's anything like rune related, it's probably just natural.
No, it's it probably is, but it's still.
It could be, but not even rune related, but just this particular area was like, you could tell that there were, the ground, the leaves suppressed, that the people were, there were people, there was some kind of gathering for sure of some sort. Area for some kind of, but it could be completely natural, but we'll see what.
I mean, on that side, there's a whole bunch of trails. Like I've walked all through there before. I didn't
Really? I
realize-
saw a
yeah,
bunch of
I didn't
signs that said
realize- they didn't used to have the sign.
private property.
Yeah, I always thought it was public. Like, it's the heavily trafficked trails through there.
So you think people are allowed to go there and walk?
I mean, they used to be. Yeah, there weren't any
Used to
signs.
be, but not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure some people do. The whoever has permission. I believe it's known as the deer trails.
We'll probably be waiting a long time for this. Bye, Hammy. One in the chat for Hammy. I love you, Hammy. Brilliant, brave, smart, funny, meme queen. Thank you for
Bye,
joining us. Love, love, love Hammy. Hammy to join us. Always a treat. Okay, I'm not trying to upload these. I think I can do them without assistance. TV. I think I have the bandwidth. Are you still there, Fiend?
I am still here.
We got two Oxanas. Hey, Oxana.
Oh, you have two of me. That's a problem. You don't want two of me.
So, okay, there's one. I'll flip through them, Oksana. Can you see that on my screen?
Yeah, I can. Can you guys? So tell me, I might be completely, insane for thinking that this is something more than just naturally fallen branches.
Is this on? If you're walking towards the bridge, this is on your left side.
Yes, past
I mean,
with the
I think it's probably just natural.
naturally fallen
I think so.
branches. Maybe. There were several long logs where you can tell that people were sitting, and there's some leaves were you could tell that there were good number of people. They were all pressed. Bonfire or something. I mean, this was just kind of like a centerpiece of something. And after hours, there's no people. There's no public, and tons of wood. Completely like a small little town.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see a lot of weird stuff in the woods in India.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't know. I've never seen anybody actually messing with anything, but you'll see stuff.
Oh, so there was a lot of somebody. I was asking. There was a lady walking by. We kind of chatted. There was a lot of branches, the sticks that were cut off. You could tell with some kind of sharp instrument, right? So somebody, obviously a park ranger or someone who works for the city, goes around and cuts them down. They're all over the place, right? So I'm like, I wonder who does that for the city.
Well, I think that there's, I mean, I don't know that falls on the. I mean, I think there's the trail upkeep is somebody's job.
Mhm.
I don't think that it's DNR necessarily, but it's. I think that they've got a budget for maintaining the trail. I mean, it's a pretty nice trail.
It is beautiful. I mean, just overall, it was beautiful. The sunset, and the open new public areas. But when you go a little bit, the private areas, private property, where clearly there are signs up now. I'm not just, and again, I might be just completely overthinking, right? Knowing what we know or potentially. And then I think that everybody got I'm sure investigated and looked into everything who lives there, and Weber and Logan and all those. Hopefully, all those theories were fully investigated. So I wonder if jury is doing the same, right? Thinking about not just following jury instructions, but doing the same thing. What happened? Because I think it's just so nobody can let go of what happened to those poor girls. It's horrible.
I don't think that it was really used in court as to another good explanation for the sticks, which is the argument the defense was making, that they should be entitled to provide an alternate explanation for things, but for the most part they weren't.
They should have been able to explore that to the full capacity. I don't see how state can offer his confessions while being injected with antipsychotic medications, right? And the defense was not able to bring up third-party suspects. Okay, maybe not but Ron Logan, Keegan Kline, or Elvis Fields, or just the idea that those sticks were not just there to cover them, right? And that there was an investigation into how they were not able to even address it in court. I will never understand.
I mean, they were able to keep in Brad Weber quite a lot, and there was some stuff that we haven't seen that had something to do with sticks in his garage or near his garage that were kind of piled up or something like that. I'm sure they're thinking about that, and I'm not sure that the defense may have considered that a sneaky other option that they had their eyes on all along, of kind of throwing some suspicion his way. I mean, I think they clearly used that, but I think that they may have had that as an intent all along, and maybe the bringing up some of the other people kind of was a little bit of a feint to not show their hand that they're. I mean, there's some pretty easy dots to connect with Brad Weber, and I think that once a jury connects some dots, that equates to reasonable doubt. So, and that's all you got. That's all you need, it doesn't matter who else did it or whether they did it. As long as you get the jury thinking that way, that'll work. But yeah, I haven't heard anything about Brad Weber and the pile of sticks or anything, other than what we heard about it from court. I would sure be interested to see what they saw.
Yeah, I was there for both. Just only 2 days that I was there. It was for Brad. Both time Weber was there. Just
And that was just a picture that they only showed to the jury. Is that right?
Only to the jury, but the way, I mean, if I could just explain how the jury got all like
Right.
excited about something. I mean, they were all talking, turning to each other, and one of the girls that sat next to me, she heard him say sticks, and then later on, turns out to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like when the state doesn't provide a really good explanation, like, oh,
How
there's
do you not address it? Or
the state's just like, oh, they put the sticks on there to cover them. Like, no, that's definitely not a good explanation.
completely didn't even mention anything, right, in their closing or rebuttal, or about the iPhone auxiliary, right, connection, like the plug for headphones or whatever other
The
device.
defense did mention though.
Defense did, but the state completely ignored it.
They no, they don't want to.
Not touching that with the.
They don't want to draw attention to that. It's damning for their case.
But how do you not say something about it in your closing?
If
You completely ignore it.
If something is plugged into the phone at 5:45 and unplugged at 10:23 p.m., damning for their case. Completely, like, that's it. That's the whole thing right there. Like, you can throw everything else out the window because, like, the state's just saying, well, that didn't happen, but it did happen.
I just want to say really quick about the crime scene photos. Not passing judgment one way or another. I don't want them like obviously like here right now. But one thing that people who have seen them have said since seeing them is that it's quite clear that they were very intentionally, the sticks were very intentional, right? That it was staged. You may not have felt that way prior to seeing that, which, oh, it's me. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's just, why do that in the, today? Somebody.
What's that?
Just the crime scene photos.
Oh yeah,
Why would people just stupid?
I think that it's somebody that is pro prosecution, and they just want to get people riled up and angry.
They're
at
staying
Rick
there for
Allen.
Libby and Abby, right? Like,
I mean, I think that they're catching heat from both sides. A lot of people told them, "Hey, that's not cool. Like, don't do that." But again, that's just this one person on Twitter that I've seen. I don't know where they got it from. Really, it's from Facebook or a blog or something. So obviously it's out there other places.
Bob Mata got assaulted. Did you guys see something just popped up? Bob Mata got assaulted.
Yeah,
Is it true?
There's a pro prosecution type of person that was out there, and she had a sign, and she kind of like pushed it into his face.
Oh, that person. Guess what? What do you think they're watching every night's coverage? I'm sure they're watching Bob Mata and Andrea.
Yeah, I don't know that they're really consuming all. I think if anybody that actually did consume a lot of Bob's or Andrea's stuff would probably start to be convinced by it. So I don't think that they actually. I think they're just secondhand aware of it, of a lot of it.
Okay, guys, I'll come back. I'm gonna go get my daughter from school, but I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be listening. Bye,
All right.
everybody.
Well, be careful.
Talk later.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Welcome to the Phoenix show where we read comments. So put some good comments in there. KO says they've been trashing Andrea campaign. Yes, I do think that Andrea, whether she fully realizes it or not, has been the target of not only like some content creators, but potentially even the judge. You know, that they're really coming after her, and trying to make it difficult for her to do her. I'll call it journalism. What Andrea does is absolutely long format journalism that is absolutely necessary in this case. And I don't think that she's completely unbiased, but I think that she is doing journalistic work. And I think even her original action is in a lot of definitions, a journalistic piece, you know. I know Michael was saying she should win a Pulitzer for it, and I mean, I don't. That might be a little bit far, but definitely is some consideration. When does the gag order lift? Says Braun. I believe upon a verdict. I mean, I think upon a not guilty verdict, I think the gag order would immediately be lifted. If it's a guilty verdict, then maybe after sentencing. I'm not sure if there's a way that they could continue it beyond that. What's Dr. NB calling me crazy for? Oh, about the sticks? I'm not being contrary. I think there's a lot of just random sticks in the woods. KO, yeah, when trial is over, but that varies depending on what the verdict is. Yeah, Andrew's picked up a lot of followers. Just James says, legend holds in the mid-1800s, Ron Logan parted the sea, actually Lake Michigan, between Chesterton, Indiana, and Union Pier, Michigan, and freed the slaves. That is big if true. Cynthia says, Andrea by far has done a great service to us folks. Absolutely. Like an absolute godsend that she's been able to get in there and report it in such a detailed fashion. And, you know, lots of thanks to the people that have helped facilitate her getting her in there, because she certainly needed some help. And it's definitely a blessing that people have kind of banded together to make sure that she is able to get in there and witness it and she takes phenomenal notes. You know, I cross-checked what she had to say from when I was in there, and like, she nails it. She just absolutely nails it. Ellen, I agree. I'd be very interested to hear what the family has to say. Potentially from the defense attorneys, although I think the defense attorneys might be a little bit quieter. I think they'll move on to their next job. Yeah, I'm sorry, Teresa. Yeah, so people be careful if you're going on Twitter, especially if you're following the hashtags, because those photos can pop up, and it's not something that necessarily everybody else wants to see. Oh, this cat is attacking me.
Hey, sorry. So I think I'm gonna probably end this stream and
Okay.
just make a new one in a little bit until I get my internet issues sorted out. It'll probably be like half hour, an hour. So hopefully, you don't miss anything. But I'll make a new link and hopefully we'll have smoother sailing. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me.
All right, y'all. So look for a new link in like 30 minutes or so, hopefully. Okay, great. Thanks, Bean.
No problem.
Bye.